strategy evaluation.
I'm Per Odegaard, Seattle-based halibut fisherman.
Scott Meyer, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
I'm Bruce Gabrus. I'm a 3A halibut fisherman.
Tom Marking, I'm the California Sports Representative.
All right. I'm Jeff Kaufman, Area 4C and 4D halibut fisherman.
I'm Dan Hull, an Area 3A halibut fisherman and serving on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council.
I'm Shane Halverson. I'm with North Pacific Seafoods.
Paul Ryle, Department of Fisheries and Oceans.
Adam Kaiser, also with Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Chris Spohr, Area 2B, commercial fisherman.
Brad Muro, processor from British Columbia.
Scott Mazzoni, Tribal Representative for Area 2A.
Jim Lane, the Toronto Tribal Council, Canada.
Gary Robinson, 2B halibut fisherman.
Ryan Littleton, 2C, quota shareholder, fisherman.
John Woodruff, Seattle-based processor.
Ian Stewart, Stock Assessment Scientist here at the IPHC.
Peggy Parker, I work with the Halibut Association of North America, both countries, all areas.
I'm Steve Keith. I'm the Assistant Director here, and between me and Tom, we'll help make the wheels run on the meeting.
All right. Thanks very much. Some people sent their regrets. Michelle Culver from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and also the Pacific Fishery Management Council representative is unable to join us due to other commitments. And, of course, we're missing our U.S. federal representatives who have their own issues there. We were tempted to sort of put on a play-by-play broadcast of what's going on in Congress right now, but we didn't want to get too depressed about life, so we decided not to do that. So our agenda for the meeting is, first of all, to look at our meeting objectives and questions from the first meeting. I'd like to review and refine our candidate fishery objectives. We'll then push into, that'll be a presentation by Steve, and then we'll push into looking at the description of our existing IPHC harvest policy. This is one of the things that came out of the first meeting is a discussion of where are we right now in terms of harvest policy and what's kind of the baseline we're moving from. And so I gave you a very abbreviated presentation of that at our last meeting, and so this one will go into this a bit more and also try to introduce something along the lines of a kind of a template for how we'd be looking at changes to the harvest policy. So then we'll move into a description. Steve is going to talk about the background operating model that he's working on, and he's made a lot of progress on this, but it's a very, very complicated model because of the nature and complexity of the fishery and the animal itself. So we're still in the early stages of that. Then we'll move into this afternoon looking at an evaluation framework, an example of what that looks like, and then talk some more about prioritizing the investigation of objectives and procedures. That's going to be pretty much for today. I think this is going to take probably a little bit more time than we may have anticipated in this, particularly when it comes to talking about discussions on the objectives and the management procedures that we might want to investigate for this, as well as the performance metrics. Your task from our last meeting was to go back and talk to your fellows, colleagues, constituents, and talk about the draft objectives that we had worked up for last meeting. And again, those were just a draft set of objectives, but we're very keen on trying to winnow these down into things that will actually be the subject of a lot more intensive investigation through looking at the management strategy evaluation process.
Welcome to GoToWebinar, Web Events Made Easy.
Trying it again.
Okay, thank you. If you could take your seats again. I think the discussion was actually quite a good segue into a presentation that Steve has right now to talk about the evaluation framework again, so that we could refamiliarize ourselves perhaps with some of the objectives that we have in mind for this MSAB process and where it's going in there. So go ahead, Steve, please.
Good morning, everyone. And again, I appreciate all of your time and effort you've put into this. It really does help shape a lot of my thinking in moving forward to this. It also adds a great deal of complexity to my job, and it's kind of like doing a PhD thesis, but instead of having 5 supervisors, you have 30 supervisors. So I wanted to take an opportunity this morning to try and bear the kind of process that we're shooting for, the change in what's happening here. It's not just a physical change in membership here at the IPHC with Ian and I joining the crew here, but it's actually a pretty significant change that's occurring in many of the large fisheries around the world. And what I'm going to show you today is largely a ripoff of Doug Butterworth, who's a big mentor of mine, who's been doing this sort of stuff and this sort of work since the 1970s, mostly through the International Whaling Commission. More on that in a second. I have 2 talks for you, and then we're going to have, in the second talk, a lot more fun with this process. And then we're also going to do some, I'm so happy to see so many laptops and computers in the room. We're going to have some fun playing some games on a website that we built specifically for the Management Strategy Advisory Board people. But I want to talk first this morning about 2 paradigms that we're in for the decision-making process. And we've already alluded to it this morning, at least John did, that the staff should be providing recommendations, a single number. And Ian and I have argued last year that we did provide a recommendation. We provided a table of numbers. And we're going to learn a little bit about why we've moved in that direction. And then I want to contrast that paradigm with the new paradigm we're in called the management procedure approach that's largely been adopted by many of the larger fisheries around the world, mostly the tuna fisheries. A little bit about the multiple model approach and why we should consider more than using just one single assessment model. And then we're going to talk a little bit about tools for examining heaps of simulated output data, but more on that later on this afternoon. So the 2 paradigms I'm speaking to this morning is what we're currently in, or what we currently call the best assessment approach. Everybody keeps asking, not only here at the IPHC, but the work I've done through the Pacific hake, Pacific herring assessments, assessments on the East Coast. When are you guys going to get this model right? When are you guys going to get the best model right? When are you going to figure out what the right model is? And then contrast this paradigm with a management procedure approach. I see a lot of you with your pens in your hands. I want you to write down your homework this evening. And that is to open up your browser, go to YouTube, and search for the keyword Doug Butterworth, ICES keynote. Or you can just write down the actual YouTube link there, this URL. Just 2 weeks ago, ICES had its big conference in Iceland, and Doug Butterworth was the keynote speaker for this thing. He laid out probably the best, to get to Peggy's question, what is management strategy evaluation, or what is the management procedure approach? And largely I've ripped off a lot of his ideas. He's probably the best in the business. And commercial folks, if you're going to contract him to come work on halibut, he's very expensive. So the old paradigm, or what I call the old paradigm, is this best assessment approach, and it's where we develop a single best model that fits historical data well. We then use this model after we fit all the data to come up with reference points that ultimately define the harvest control rule, the decision rule, or ultimately the TAC that we set for this stock each year. We also use that model to estimate what is the current stock size and use it to actually project what we think the current stock size will be at the beginning of the fishery next year. We're also trying to use that model to estimate the underlying production function and determine what is the optimal harvest rate. And putting all this information together, we then develop a total allowable catch based on projected biomass and the application of this harvest control rule. That's our perfect world. So the IPHC has some of the best data in the world, probably the best data in the world. So why has this best assessment approach been so difficult? Why have we failed miserably in the past and had problems? Well, every year you get not only new analysts coming into the room once in a while, but you get the same analysts making small structural changes to the model that are necessary to accommodate the new data that have just come in, or the old approach no longer continues to fit the model. So these small, what appear to be small structural changes, for example, last year we went from a constant coastwide selectivity curve to a selectivity curve that varied annually, but it was still applied coastwide. And this was to address an issue that we had with retrospective bias. Well, the consequence of that was the whole pie had shrunk by 30%. So everybody wanted to know, why is Area 2C's quota getting smaller when the CPUEs are going right? Their piece of the pie got a little bit bigger, but the entire pie got smaller, and that's why their quotas went down. So these tiny structural changes add up to big dollars, especially in small areas. We've gone from coastwide assessment models to closed area models, and then back to coastwide assessment models again. These have huge implications on what the area-based methods. I think in 2009 there was an apportionment workshop, or there was an apportionment workshop. We've made a lot of assumptions about constant Q. We've then adjusted the setline survey to accommodate local changes in Q based on hook competition and the number of empty hooks on each skate. There's also been additional assumptions that imply certainty, for example, fixing the natural mortality rate or coastwide selectivity, that basically make us feel we're very certain about how big that stock size is. Well, the recent changes to the IPHC halibut assessment, the solution we had for the retrospective bias was to allow for time-varying selectivity. This had a huge implication on our estimates of the current stock size relative to what we would have estimated using the previous model. We now have new improvements to some of the input data. We've sort of addressed a lot of that. We pay much more attention now to the uncertainty associated with our assessments, and we've constructed a decision table. And on that decision table, we've defined this thing called the blue line, which, if you want to know the history of it, I think by accident Ian probably selected the row that corresponded to the current IPHC policy and chose the color blue for no other reason. That's how it ended up becoming the blue line. So the decision table has thrown some of us for a loop, and we've only tried to present one table, but there's actually 3 tables built behind this. There's 2 replicate tables, and what you're looking at is a weighted average of 3 tables. The blue line is what we're using to define our existing harvest policy here at the Halibut Commission. Now, that blue line is consistent with the current IPHC harvest policy. However, that policy was based on the concept of eBio, which assumes a fixed selectivity curve that was estimated a number of years ago and has never changed, yet size at age and the availability of halibut in each regulatory areas have changed. The closed area assessments come from core areas, and Area 2B actually had a different selectivity than the Area 3A and 3B did. The models, the harvest policy also was developed around the concept of density-dependent growth. Our assessment models now use the empirical weights at age. And recruitment was assumed to be density independent and strictly a function of the PDO. None of these things that were used to define the current IPHC harvest policy are consistent with the recent assessment model. However, the decision table that we presented lays bare the consequences of applying a coastwide TAC to all of these different variables. So don't focus per se on the blue line, but focus on the risk of the or as we've tried to couch it, the probability of something bad happening if you choose a certain catch value and then apportion it consequently. What we've done in that decision table is we've really tried to break it down into three components. One is the fishing intensity, so how quickly are we taking the principal out of the bank, or the combined principal and interest out of the bank. We're looking at both the stock status, so how big is the principal in the bank, and the trends in status, so how quickly is the principal changing in the bank, and then the trends, how quickly have we been withdrawing the principal and interest that's available in that bank. This transition is forcing the decision makers, i.e. the commissioners, to explicitly consider risk. And risk is defined as the probability times the consequence. So what the staff's role is, or at least Ian and I feel very strongly about this, is that we are presenting the information, the probabilities of something bad happening, and various consequences which define the tables in that decision table. So, John, I hope that clarifies our mistake that you think we've made. I just want to touch briefly on the evolution of the provision of catch advice because it is important, mostly for my history. But historically, what the assessment has done is it's come up with a point estimate. And from that point estimate, we've derived a harvest control rule and everything else, and then we apply that harvest control rule to the point estimate of biomass, and that is the TAC each year. More recently, we started considering uncertainty in certain variables in the assessment model, and now you've seen a decision table expressing the probability of something bad happening, i.e. overfishing or the stock falling below certain levels, or the catch next year's fishery, the catch will be smaller than it is in this year's fishery. And now you're probably going to start to see some decision tables that are based on the outputs of many different models, not just the three models that we had last year where we had, and the only difference between the three models last year was natural mortality rates. Okay. So this new paradigm and why we are sitting here in this room in this management strategy advisory board. The management procedure approach is what we're trying to do is assess the consequences, okay, and this is something that decision makers are very, very interested in, of a range of management strategies and present the results that expose the trade-offs. You've all noted, every single one of you who talked about the objectives this morning and didn't say not applicable or I didn't talk to my constituents, you all noted there's conflicts in the objectives. It's designed that way on purpose because exactly what we're trying to do here is find out what the trade-offs are. John probably said it best, at some point the candy store is going to run out of candy if we keep eating the candy faster than we can make the candy. Okay? And we want to also look across a range of management objectives. So according to Doug Butterworth, if you do your homework tonight, there's 4 steps in this MSE, or he calls management procedure approach. The first one is to specify alternative plausible models of the resource and fisheries dynamics, and we call these operating models. This is essentially something that Ian and I do here in-house. We try and make these models consistent with the historical data. Obviously, there's going to be alternative hypotheses, whether the recruitment is driven by the Pacific decadal oscillation or the decibel oscillation. Oh, that one's better. But we're going to try and address all of the different operating models. Next is we try and condition these operating models on the existing historical data. I think of them as alternative assessments. And then specify, and this is work we need to go in the MSAB, alternative management approaches for this fishery. I got an angry phone call this summer from a commercial halibut fisherman whose name shall be unknown, expressing his concern about whether he should sell his quota or keep it, and I said, that's your decision, not mine. And he goes, well, you guys gave this fish away to the trawlers years ago. And I said, well, I didn't give this fishery away to the trawlers at all. But this is the idea, is that you need to decide whether or not you want to make quotas or have bycatch quotas and transfer these things among different user groups. You need to specify fisheries objectives and translate these into performance measures. This is your role as an MSAB member to try and make sure that the biology, the fishery, and conservation objectives that we're trying to achieve here also fit in with the economic needs and the economic viability of the fishery. Paul mentioned having higher level overarching objectives, and I think he's right on this. We really do need to be clear and not search for a set of objectives that are you know, don't contradict each other. I think you need to specify the objectives that are contradictory. Get rid of the ones that are redundant. And then the last part of this process is to simulation test all of these management procedures on all of the different operating models. So that's my job. That's what I do in that little glass box down at the end of the hall. And then what I do is try and present the information and look for a procedure that's robust to all of the uncertainty and provides the best trade-off, keyword here, trade-off, in the performance measures. So we've specified these performance measures in these things. We're going to revisit them, reiterate them, etc. All right, so if this is the new paradigm, then how is the decision table going to differ in the future? The short answer is it's not going to differ at all. You're still going to get an assessment output every year. The long answer is that once we've specified objectives for this fishery, then, and we've chosen a specific management procedure, then this will determine which row in this decision matrix, this decision table, sorry, that we would choose to define our quota. So for example, objective number 2, as we stated from our first meeting, is that we would like to keep the female spawning stock biomass greater than 20% of the unfished state 99 out of 100 times each and every year. So that's a limit threshold. So if we go to Ian's decision table, he has a column there that says the spawning biomass is less than 20%, and if we were to take 60 million pounds total removals from last year's assessment model, there's less than 1% chance that this objective would be trashed. So we could have fished at 61 million pounds and satisfied objective 2. Let's go to objective 3. Objective 3 states that we want to keep the female spawning stock biomass greater than 30% of the unfished biomass 75 out of 100 times each year. So in order to satisfy objective 3, based on last year's decision table, we would have closed the fishery. Everybody understands that? Okay. I just want to make sure that's crystal clear. So the decision table is not going to change. What happens is that the blue line becomes a bunch of blue cells on this table, which expresses the trade-offs that you've all been trying to grip with here this morning among these conflicting objectives, and hence the need to prioritize and put these objectives in some sort of hierarchy. We always have to satisfy the biological objectives first. If we have 5 fisheries objectives, we must specify that we specify objective 4 first over 6 first, or whatever it is. There needs to be some sort of prioritization of achieving these objectives. Now, Bruce and Ian and I had quite a discussion over this about how are we going to define this table next year. And my vote was, I don't think we should present the blue line at all and just throw the table. And everybody knows that we always kind of put our own personal preference right in the middle and hope that, you know, the chimpanzees are in the room picking the right row for you. They would. If you were to give this to 100 chimpanzees and give them 2 bananas for each row they picked, they would always end up somewhere in the middle. But the point is that the MSAB needs to the MSAB needs to have this discussion. How much weight are you going to put on each of these objectives? Now, Rob Cronlund gave us a very valuable lesson, I think skipped over everyone's head, my own head. There's three key criteria that these objectives must include. One is a state. So you need to be talking about something specific like biomass, the catch, the depletion level, the bycatch level, the revenues in the fisheries, whatever, the spawning stock, the absolute number versus the biomass, whatever it is. You need some sort of state variable that you can measure. Okay. The second key component of an objective is that you have to say, I would like the biomass to be above X in X units of time. So if you want the spawning stock biomass to be above 20% 99 times or 95 times out of 100, you have to define the time frame. Is that every year or is that within 10 years? And then the third key point I've already stated is the probability. How badly do you want to achieve that objective? So keep this in mind when you're sitting down and revising and refining these objectives, that there's these three key variables you have to keep in mind. Now, you've already seen, and I think Peggy can probably appreciate it the most, going straight from the first MSAB meeting, the marbles are still running around in her head and then having to try and define what we're doing here. There's a real importance of clearly defining these objectives, and I'm going to run you through another example this afternoon to show you exactly why that is. The short-term objectives and the long-term objectives are going to differ, and they're going to differ among individuals. You may be a fisherman who's got 2-3 more years left in the fishery. You don't have any kids to hand your license off. All you want to do is get the most bang for your buck and check out. You may be a young fisherman who just invested in the fishery. You want to see this through, buy that Porsche, and live large. So your short-term versus long-term objectives are going to differ, and you need to make sure you're clear on how you achieve these objectives at certain time frames. Going from our current harvest policy here at the IPHC and adopting some new management procedure could incur huge short-term pains. How would you all like to say, I'm going to give you an 80% pay cut this year, but in 20 years from now, your pay will be 30% larger, but I can't guarantee it. How many would you say yes? Nobody would, right? You're either going to take a risk and do it, or you're going to say, how about you give me a 10% pay cut and we'll see how things go. So you may want to phase in these strategies as you adopt a new management procedure. This is exactly what they did with the BC sablefish fishery. They didn't jump down. They actually went down incrementally just so they didn't cause economic devastation to the fishery. This is why the MSAB exists. If you just let the IPHC come back and change the harvest policy, John, and we put in a new rule, and guess what? There's a 50% pay cut for every year. Are you still going to say we got it right or wrong? Sure. It's important. More importantly is we need to rank or put weights on these primary objectives. And we've said this earlier for two reasons. One, it's important in helping us choose strategies and steps towards moving towards our objectives. But more importantly, it's very useful for me because in this room, the number of permutations and combinations of ideas and hypotheses about how the stock dynamics works add up real quick. And if we can quickly eliminate 99% of the thousands and thousands of combinations just because they don't satisfy the primary objectives, then it's much easier for us to focus down on the things we can work with. So from that, questions?
Well, I really appreciate what you said. This is Peggy Parker at Hannah. What you said about clearly defining objectives, and I just wanted to say, because I remember, Steve, you saying at our first meeting, you stopped someone when we were looking at the objectives and said, are you saying every year or are you saying over 10 years? And when you look at the assessment table and see that objective 2, I think it was objective 2, was less than 1%. That really stopped me in my tracks, and I realized that that means that it is certainly okay to do if that was our objective for achieving 99% certainty that for 1 year, for only 1 year. If we kept that up, we would be looking at a disaster. So the assessment table gives us 1 year out and 2 years out. But is there a way for us to include something like 10 years so that people can see it's not sustainable, even though we could achieve it and we could enjoy that 60 million catch or 42 million catch?
Yeah, you could certainly ask Ian to run this model out 10, 15 more years, but his response, I'll paraphrase, is no, I'm uncomfortable doing that because he really doesn't know the recruitment forecast. What the operating model is designed to do and why we're building this tool is where we can actually do those simulations 50 years out and say, all right, if we fish at this rate, will we achieve this objective? And because the operating model is conditioned on our best information about the stock assessment, we'll do that, but we're not going to do it just once. So Ian's assessment would just run out one trajectory, maybe have a 95% confidence interval. The operating model here is going to do it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. Some years there'll be good recruitment, some years there'll be bad recruitment. Some years the recruitment will be a function of the PDO, and some years it won't be a function of the PDO. So we can sort of express all of our uncertainties and ask, is this a smart thing to do? And it may be in the end that we won't satisfy objective 2. Moreover, had we adopted these procedures last year, we would have closed the fishery if you were strictly enforcing this objective 3. So I'm sure that one will be a hot topic this afternoon.
So John Woodruff, I'm representing the dark side of the force. I guess the blue line, just to address my comments about that too. The blue line is what we've been using. And my comment really was just that that's the rate we've been harvesting at. The fishery, at least based on what I read, is clearly in decline. That is, the numbers are declining and fairly significantly. So what we have for 2013 is a harvest rate that's significantly higher than what we've been doing. And yet what we've been doing is pushing the biomass down. So that's my comment about, I guess, I have no issue with a new way of looking at things, although we've done this every 3 or 4 years, it seems like. And I want to say, too, this retrospective decline, in the 90s decade, we came every year to this meeting, to the IPHC meeting, and it was there's not, the recruitment, everything looks, the curves are all down, but there's actually more fish there than we thought. So it was just the opposite. We kept shooting for the duck, but the duck was always ahead of us, or I'm sorry, was always way behind us. We were always ahead of what was really there. So my comment about the blue line is just that, we see this resource declining, and yet we picked a harvest rate that's higher than what we've been using in a declining resource. That makes no sense to me. And if you look at it by area, some areas are significantly more impacted or potentially more impacted than others. I mean, are we actually figuring out, do we actually have a good sense of, we surely have a better sense of, but do we have a really good sense of what total removals are? I'm not so sure we do, and I think the sports catch is a huge issue. I think also 3B, when I hear that 70% of the fish that are brought up are discarded, you know, I wonder about what's going on. I mean, what kind of impact are we having there too? And yet we did reduce 3B, but we didn't reduce it dramatically. We did reduce it dramatically if you're 3B fishermen, but I mean, just issues like that from my perspective, we did something a lot less conservative, at least than I thought we should, and I thought the blue line was certainly more conservative than we did, and I get the table. Yes, there's, you know, a 1% chance that something bad's going to happen in this next year, and I also get that you can't forecast well into the future, but for that reason alone, it just seems like I thought we stepped out too far, and that was really my comment. I thought we stepped out too far. So, I mean, I appreciate the process. I'm here again because of that, but
yeah. Yeah, I'd like to get a couple more comments. I saw another hand over here.
Bruce Gabers, 3A fisherman. You know, if we go back to the annual meeting and when this table presented itself, and many of us are wondering, because typically the commissioners have stayed pretty close to the staff recommendation. There's only a couple of years that I can think of that there was any measurable, significant deviation from that. By looking at this table, when I sat there in the meeting last year, and the table when it showed up in the interim meeting, the penalty on this table for not taking those drastic cuts that John was talking about seems pretty small when you only go out 1 year. And so it made it, and actually, and I'm not trying to speak for the commissioner's decision process, but it actually made a pretty easy decision for them, I think, not to take the full cut, because there was a lot of things that were new in this modeling, and maybe kick the can down the road a year, and we'll see what these guys come up with next year. Maybe it won't be so bad. And I think that's kind of the logic from what I saw into it, why the cuts were far less. And I think if I got the comment right, it was for social and economic reasons that they chose to take the cuts less than what was the blue line. And perhaps that was a good strategy when there's a lot of changes, and I guess we'll see when we look at the data this year how close the estimate of the decision table is to how much the pain's going to be this year, because we didn't take the full cuts in the harvest. I guess that's where I'm looking for now, and see was the table accurate. So that I guess was my overall observation about the table when I first saw it. When we're going through it, says, boy, if that's the only impact there's going to be in the next out year, then why take the full cut? So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I guess we'll find out this year and the year after that and the year after that.
Thanks, Bruce. Just a couple comments on that and the decision table. In past years, it's incorrect, I think, to categorize the blue line as the staff recommendations. That was simply the expression of our existing harvest policy. As Ian has said many times, the entire table was the staff recommendations based on the information we could put forward to the commissioners. I think the difference is that in the past, had we been following the existing harvest policy, the blue line would have been the numbers that were recommended in a singular fashion to the commissioners. And they might have departed from those perhaps to a much smaller degree than the departures were as a result of this year, because they were coming from where we were in 2012 and making a decision from that point into 2013. So I think it's important to keep that perspective in mind, is that the entire table was the staff's recommendations, if you will. And the commissioners, I don't think correctly perceived that, and we had spent some time talking to them about that process. Here's where we are in this thing. The blue line, as Steve was pointing out, was developed under a different framework, and I'm going to talk about this in a couple of minutes. It was developed under a different framework than we're presently using for the assessment right now, and so that highlights the need for us to revisit the harvest policy and what this process, partly what this process is all about as well. So I think there are some significant departures in the nature of the advice and how the advice could be used last year compared to where we were in previous years.
Thanks, Bruce. This is Dan Hall, and I have a question, Steve. Maybe I'm misinterpreting how our objectives, our draft objectives, fit the table, and the need to clearly define objectives. But if I were to redefine or describe the third draft objective to say spawning stock biomass be equal to or greater than 30% of the unfished biomass with a probability of 70%, then it would fit in any of those columns, right? And so a slight change in defining objectives makes a huge difference in where you end up.
Yeah, that's your point is precisely right. And when we develop this full thing for halibut, and we've had the operating model vetted through our scientific review board and had a few iterations through this group, we will probably refine that slight change from 70% to 30%. Or moreover, we might tune our harvest procedure. We may adopt, instead of a 30-20 type rule, maybe a 40-10 type rule, and adopt different thresholds or probabilities for achieving these objectives too. You kind of have to, test drive the car before you buy it, and that's essentially what we're trying to do here is make sure that you have something that you can test drive to see where you think this fishery will go. And our first priority, I think we all agree on, is that, all right, if we choose this procedure, it will satisfy the conservation objectives.
Parallel regard. I agree with John here. People like what we're used to, and we'd like a recommendation from the Halibut Commission. And, there's been so many changes in models, change in staff, and Steve, is a very convincing fellow. I mean, you can sell ice to Eskimos, and I believe him. But, you got to prove yourself up a little bit. I mean, there's some credibility issues here because of all the changes. That's my comment.
Yeah, thanks, Per. That's a reality for sure, and we have been hearing that for the last couple of years, and we're trying to get to a more stable process, but we're also trying to make the process more representative of what the needs of the industry are, and I mean industry in the broadest sense here, while we're still trying to maintain conservation on this. So this is a very important process that we're going through here.
Peggy Parker, I've got a language question. What does it mean when you say robust to? So I think you're using that as a verb, and I've been thinking of that word as an adjective. So specifically when you were looking at the assessment table, there were 4 items on the screen, and the last one was simulate test management procedures across all OMs, excuse me, and look for procedures that are robust to uncertainty. And my question is, how do you know if a procedure is robust to uncertainty? Does that mean sensitive to, or are there more clear parameters of what achieving robust ability would be?
Steve Martell here. The term robust I'm having a mental lapse on my Oxford dictionary, but what I'm implying here is it would be the procedure that has the most desirable characteristics across a range of uncertainties. Consider that just 2 alternative models, one where recruitment is constant and another one where recruitment is variable. And each of those hypotheses are equally correct. Is our current harvest policy robust, i.e. does it give us similar catch values across those 2 hypotheses? Or if we were to pick a different harvest control rule, say the one that's on the board or something like that, is that one more robust than the previous procedure? So it's essentially comparing things. Now, what is it we're comparing? We're comparing the performance measures. So these are the metrics that we've already defined to some extent, and that being what the average catch is over a period of time, how much variation we have in the catch over a period of time, and what the depletion of the stock is. So I guess what I mean by robust and robustness testing is doing the kind of simulation work, which I wrote down here in parentheses is my job. So I'm basically, you guys come up with scenarios you think the industry can implement. I'll try to program them in the computer, and then I'll apply them to the 10 different models that Ian and I come up with that deal with movement and migration and density-dependent growth, whatever it is, and see which one works best with respect to those 3 objectives. So that's what I mean by robust.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, Peggy, and essentially what you're trying to do with this is develop a management procedure that protects you from your own ignorance about the stock. So if you've got issues where you don't understand something, where there's a lot of uncertainty, you want a management procedure that's not going to get you into trouble if your worst nightmares are actually true. Any other questions on that, Steve's presentation, or just the general process we're going through here? Bruce?
Yeah, Bruce Gabris, 3A fisherman. I think what Peggy was trying to get at, part of that was that, and the same thing goes through my mind, every time there's a model change or we see something, we may not know exactly what all the eye of Newt and everything else went into that, but we do know what the answer is, and that's when Pear's comment was about, give me a number. But it was useful when you had the blue line table last year. And Ian, when you did the presentation, one of the presentations you did, I can't remember where it was in the various process, you said, had we used the old model, this is what our number would have been. Using the current model, this is what our recommendation is now. And actually, I found that very useful and comforting to determine in my own simple mind how much of this has really got to do with the biology of the fish in the water and how much has it got to do, and I'm going to quote you, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but you use the term, our understanding of the biomass, which was a very important distinction for me because it's not saying the biomass has changed 30% in 1 year. Our understanding of it has changed. So we probably have about the same number of fish in the water. And so that kind of a when you had in that particular presentation, when you did that, that was very useful to me to saying how much of this may be part of that uncertainty, modeling, versus what's really changed in the water. And I'm not saying you shouldn't go to the new one, but at least that was very helpful for me to transition my thinking from this is the old way we did it versus this is the best available science, if you will, for our new assessment. And actually, I would like to see something like that continue every time you make. Actually, that's double the work probably for you, but I acknowledge that. But that was very helpful to me to understand how much of this change is modeling change versus perhaps, fish in the water change.
Thanks, Bruce. I can guarantee you that Eye of Newt is going to get a lot of traction within the staff in terms of the changes. I think one of the things that we're struggling with when we constructed the decision table is the knowledge that we didn't think that the existing harvest policy was current with our understanding of the stock. And that's a very important thing to understand in that decision-making table is that, and that's why there wasn't necessarily a lot of focus on that from the staff's perspective. Why we said the whole table was our recommendation is because that harvest policy is somewhat out of step with where we are right now, which is what Steve mentioned earlier. And in a second, I'm going to go through sort of that policy so we can see sort of where some of the shortcomings or that might be. But the other thing that we're very concerned about is a transitioning process. If we have an existing policy and it needs to change, then we have to have a process for transitioning between that thing. So before we would even get to the point of saying, okay, well, here's the recommendation out of the harvest policy, we need to develop that harvest policy and understand what its properties are. And that's, again, part of what this process is doing. Other questions? Okay. What I'd like to do is just do a little bit of an amplification on what I gave you at our last meeting in terms of what our existing harvest policy is doing, what it's based on, and what some of its characteristics are. So I'm just going to briefly go through this. This is it's a different presentation. Okay, this is a result of, can everybody hear this? Our existing harvest policy is the product of a whole series of folks who were present and past at the Commission, and a lot of familiar names have worked on this, going back to Terry Quinn and Rick DeRizo, and then Anna Parma and Pat Sullivan, Bill Clark, Stephen Hare, and then we've also started to look at this again with the current staff we have here. So the first couple of slides I'm going to have on here is by way of something sort of like a template of how we'll start to look at some of these management procedures, harvest policies, and what we'll try to do is go through some of the characteristics of them, and then after I finish these slides, I'll go through and what the background is for some of the things I'm showing you in these summary slides here. So this policy was last evaluated in 2006, and it's been existing up until 2012, actually. The sort of background references on this are Hare and Clark, and the deeper references are Hare and Clark in 2004 and 2001, Clark and Hare in 2003, 4, and 5. So if you go through our report of assessment and research activities over several years, you'll find these documents in here which talk about the evolution of the IPHC harvest policy. The population model behind it is a sex-specific model applied to the core areas of 2B, 2C, and 3A, uses coast-wide selectivity at length. The conservation goal here is avoidance of dropping below the spawning biomass threshold, which in this case is the B30, 30% of unfished biomass. The reference points that are involved in the harvest policy are, as I said, the spawning biomass unfished, or SB100, the spawning biomass at 30% of that, and 20% of that is the SB20. The control rules for this was a target constant harvest rate, so this is just a constant proportion of the available biomass, or the exploitable biomass actually, taken every year. It has the control rule, uses the familiar sort of hockey stick thing where it's a fixed harvest rate above the threshold, and as it gets to the threshold, the harvest rate gets ramped down linearly to 0 if you ever reach the limit reference point of 20%. So it's this little hockey stick thing, the way that it's done in the control rule. The performance metrics that were looked at here, and there were many, some of them reported and some not, we're looking at the ratio of spawning biomass in any given year to what it was at the 100% level, the percent of the time that spawning biomass was below the threshold level, the realized average harvest rate, the variance in the average catch, the fraction of the maximum yield that was taken. Why am I not working here? Yep. One before that? Yeah. Was there a question there? Huh.
No, I just think this is understanding it is here, making sure we all get it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the background population model in here is the stock unit analyzed, as I said, was 2B, 2C, and 3A, or the core area as we call it. Growth was parameterized as a linear two-stage process with one growth rate between ages 7 and 20 and another growth rate from ages 21 to the maximum, and there were time-varying increments within the stages. The maturity was a fit to the 2000 and 2003 combined Area 2B, 3 area data, so that's what we look at for the maturity, what's called the maturity ogive, the curve, and I'll show you in a second. Selectivity in this case, which is how we define the exploitable biomass, was a single function based on the coast-wide assessment model, and it was selectivity based on length, not on age. The recruitment in this simulation were alternating regime-based recruitments with the Pacific decadal oscillation effect on average levels drawn from a distribution that had a mean of 15 and variance of 30 on this. The variance was based on the residuals from our closed area fits, and again, that's a highlight there for you, is that it's based on the residuals from closed area fits, and that's one of the reasons why it's out of touch with the current assessment model. The PDO recruitment regimes are actually fairly well defined. The recruitment regimes were the 1968 to 1976 period with an average level of recruitment in there, and a period from 1977 to 2001 with a different level of that, and I'll show you in a second what those look like. The simulation process was going from current estimates running out 150 years and then performance averaged over the next 100 years, and that was then simulated 200 times in a Monte Carlo simulation. So how did we evaluate that? The harvest rate was initially recommended at 0.2 for the core areas, and then we had to have a different process for looking at the non-core areas, but the core areas in this case were initially looked at as 2A to 4A, and the yields looking at trying to get the spawning biomass greater than the threshold spawning biomass 80% of the time. So that was the performance metric and the target we were looking at. There were a couple of auxiliary analyses done. One was a spawning biomass per recruit analysis looking at area 4B in the early one. That initially looked at the harvest rate of 20% yields a spawning biomass per recruit of around 0.35 of the spawning biomass per recruit at 100, and that was kind of a backstop to looking at that harvest level and whether that was a reasonable harvest level. They also examined the relative effects of variable fixed migration schedules and then balanced and unbalanced harvest rates on an area-specific spawning biomass distribution. I'll show you those results in a second, and that was as a result of looking at the coast-wide tagging experiment and understanding that migration had an effect on the distribution of spawning biomass, hence distribution of yield. Sorry, that first one on the SPR analysis on the auxiliary analysis was a coast-wide thing, not looking at area 4B. In the non-core areas, the harvest rate was again determined from a spawning biomass per recruit analysis or spawner per recruit analysis, looking at area 4B initially and then looking again at area 4CDE, and it was then progressively applied based on just empirical observations of stock performance at higher harvest rates in area 4A and area 3B. So you recall we initially decreased the harvest rate in area 4B, then in 4C, D, and E, and then subsequently we did it in area 4A and 3B. So the initial analyses applied to 4B and then it was repeated for 4C, D, and E, but there were no subsequent analyses then done for 4A and 3B. That was based on empirical observations of the stock continued to decline in that area. Yeah.
Can you go back one slide, sorry. The balanced, unbalanced harvest rate, are you talking about...
which one are we looking at, sir?
Under the auxiliary analysis, the second bullet. Balanced, unbalanced harvest rate, is that talking about a 0.2% harvest rate for all areas versus differential harvest rates?
Right. I'll show you in a second what that was. Well, these were some simulation works we did on pretending what the harvest rate would look like under conditions of changing harvest rate and changing migration schedules.
And then were these like applied in a hierarchy? You had to meet the first auxiliary before you would? Okay.
No, they weren't. No. They were done as just a matrix.
Okay, thanks.
So how does the harvest policy actually work? This is a familiar diagram for most of you. Situation we're looking at here is this is the sort of hockey stick I was talking about, where above the threshold level we have a constant harvest rate, but that of course as biomass increases means that yield also increases over this range here. If the stock declines to the level of the threshold, which in our case is B30, harvest rate would be ramped down till it got to 0 at a biomass level of B20. This is sort of your classic surplus production model here, and this is we were just looking at presenting this so that people can understand what the basis for the changing harvest, not changing harvest rate was as biomass increased. So some definitions here. Somebody asked this question earlier, spawning biomass. In the parlance of stock assessment, spawning biomass is all females. but that doesn't mean that all females are part of the spawning biomass. So the spawning biomass is females, but the females are both spawners and non-spawners. And this is just a look at the distribution of non-spawning females versus spawning females with age cross stock, and this is again based in 2011. The figure on the right here is simply an expansion of the figure that's on the left here, looking at the number of spawners. But you can see in the case of the age composition here from 8 to 12, there's a large number of non-spawning females, and this is related to the maturity curve with age. This is the age composition of the spawning biomass. In this case, we were looking at 350 males, and it's a reasonably well distributed distribution of ages within the spawning biomass. It's not concentrated on a particular age group, which is something that is fairly undesirable from a population dynamics perspective. And then we have the exploitable biomass, and this is mostly females. The panels on the left here show you the non-exploitable versus the exploitable females, and then on the right the exploitable versus the non-exploitable males. And you can see that the fishery is primarily composed of females. This has been the case pretty much since the inception of the fishery. When we had a smaller size limit, the sex ratio was probably somewhat different. One of the things we're continually trying to explore is a way to get the sex composition of the catch. We currently use a statistical procedure of looking at the sex composition at length and age on our survey and apply that to the length composition at age in the commercial catch. That's an approximation for what the sex composition looks like, and we're looking at right now at several different ways of trying to do this, including perhaps invoking the expertise of the fleet at sea to mark fish, males or females, when they're dressed at sea, because that is a positive observation, whereas what we're doing right now is an approximation. So I think there's something we're going to be exploring with both the processing industry to try and look at what kinds of marks might be suitable for this process, but also with the harvesters themselves to see how feasible it might be to invoke their expertise at sea and actually getting this real hard data on what the sex composition of the catch is. Just a little flute music here. This is what the simulation model parameters look like. As I said, the recruitment is alternating regimes, and in this case, the two levels of the alternating regime were 4.13 million recruits at a low level and 13 million average recruits at a high level, and 10% deducted for bycatch was what was used in these simulations. Growth, as I said, was a two-stage linear process. Using different rates for ages 7 to 20 and from 21 higher than that. Once we get growth length, then the length is computed, the weight is computed from length according to our length-weight comparison. That's another active research project we have going on right now, is looking at the length-weight relationship. Selectivity in this case was an invariant length specific as estimated in the coast-wide assessment, and the maturity was a single schedule developed from 2002-2003 data from 2B and 3A. Yeah.
For recruitment, is that a specific age you're talking about going to recruitment, or how do you define
that? Was age 8 recruitment, 6 recruitment, okay. Age 6, yeah. Had to look at Ian to get the right number on that. This is just when we are parameterizing growth in that two-stage process, and we looked at time-varying parameters of those two stages. This is just, again, looking at the long-term changes in growth, and obviously we've seen a lot. This is another project we have underway this year, is making sure we completely understand that. We're going back and re-aging a lot of the by decade from the 1990s backwards to make sure we are in fact looking at true size at age changes over this time. We've done some initial looks at this, and it certainly looks to be the case, but we want to make sure that that is indeed the case, that that change has been as much as it has. This is looking at changes in maturity and age at length. Now we're looking at a maturity at age in the model, and what we've seen is big changes in maturity at length, but very little changes over time in maturity at age. So it's when we're parameterizing this, we're looking at maturity by age, not by length. But of course, it has changed by length over time as the animals have gotten smaller at age. To look at the stock recruit function, one of the things that drives your understanding of harvest policy, or not your understanding, but the harvest policy itself, is how you seed recruitment into this process. So we looked at this in several ways. The figure on the left here is looking at just the relationship between the biomass and the recruits at age 6 that you get by just simply looking at the observations. Now again, this is looking based on the core area, so a closed area assessment looking at the core area. And that's one of the things that is important here, is the fact that we're looking at a different way of viewing the stock at this point. But you can see there's not really a great deal of relationship here between the parent stock and the recruits that come from that stock. So these points are the year class that arises from that biomass. So if we look at, for example, here, 1983 here is the number of age 6 recruits that were resulted in the stock as a result of spawning in 1983. And that was associated with a biomass of around 300 million pounds. That's how you look at that figure. Yeah, Scott?
But that recruitment figure, there's really error bounds in both directions on the X and the Y, and there might actually be a relationship, but any idea of how big like the biomass error bars would be? Like,
I could kick this one over to Ian, but I would say probably because we were based on closed areas, we don't probably have a good understanding of it. Ian, you want to comment on that?
I think that's right, Bruce. We don't have a good understanding of what it would be, but Scott's exactly right that there's probably pretty broad error bars in both directions on that plot. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is a relationship that we're missing here or not. I would say that something I'll be presenting more of this fall is looking a little more in depth at this relationship with the Pacific decadal oscillation, but it is fairly compelling for halibut relative to other groundfish species.
The general shape, though, looks more like a Beaverton Holt than a Ricker. I mean, is that safe to say even if with that error in there? It's not a compensatory kind of relationship.
I think they actually did fit both models and compare them, and although one may have been favored over the other, the implication of the two different models really wasn't that big on the estimation of previous stock dynamics. You're right in that the difference between the two models is a bit more pronounced when you project forward into equilibrium conditions. And I don't remember exactly how the two models compared for long-term equilibrium values for this. But I think that what's important to take away from this is that they did a pretty good and sophisticated job at the time, but our understanding of the process of recruitment and the types of models that might be applicable has evolved quite a bit since this was done. Yeah. And it's definitely in need of some revisiting.
I did take out a slide, Scott, that sort of looked at the analysis of those two things. But if you look at the left-hand panel there, that doesn't scream very much to me. Even if you put all the uncertainty and stuff in there, it doesn't sort of scream relationship to me. It might in a salmon context, but as a groundfish context, it probably doesn't. Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Cambridge, 3A. You get the PDO line. I'm assuming the PDO line is the light gray line that's going up and down there. Is that, am I reading that right?
Yes.
On the right-hand chart?
Yes.
And so can you just elaborate a little bit on how does the PDO plot on there? What is that telling us?
Yeah, I'll get to that there.
Oh,
so
okay.
What I was just trying to compare here was the sort of traditional stock recruit function, which is the left-hand panel, versus looking at something like the PDO and its influence on recruitment. And this is what Ian was referring to. It's a fairly compelling case that the PDO, whether it represents cause and effect or not, is not something we can do here. But as a correlation, it certainly has a fairly strong correlation with the age 6 recruitments that were produced at that time. Compared to looking at the left-hand panel where you really have very little window of predictability on year class strength. By looking at the PDO, it seems to have a fairly strong correlation with year class strength in halibut. Yeah, Bruce.
Just for the benefit of clarity for me and for maybe perhaps others, aren't we talking about a PDO shift that's happened a couple years back? It's the generally accepted point of the change, and that would be negative to halibut.
Yes,
that's
correct.
And that cycle's about 20 years, right?
It's around, actually, the mean is around 15 years. But what we're seeing in this, and you see the two different levels here, the dotted line and the solid line, those represent the sort of two different regimes that are put into the model of the 4 million pounds and the 13, I think it was 13 million pounds of average recruitment in there. When we're talking about a shift between the PDO, and I'll get to how this is actually implemented in a second. But then, John, you had a question?
Yeah, John Woodruff. So the way the PDO, though, might impact halibut, it would be similar for any kind of, I mean, I would guess it'd be similar for any flatfish species in the Gulf. So if recruitment for halibut is improved by the PDO, then wouldn't you expect arrowtooth, other flatfish, other Gulf species to be similar?
Not necessarily, John. The life history of halibut's a little bit more extreme than it is for some of those other species. So these guys are going off down into the deep water to spawn. The eggs and larvae rise to the surface and are carried some pretty substantial differences. So their experience with the environment is probably quite a bit broader than some of the other species are. Having said that, you do see some coordinated responses of species to PDO changes.
So another question, Bruce, just the dotted line and the solid line, those are the two regimes you said, I think, and so the dotted line basically is that period of time when there was about a 4 million average recruit, and the solid line is about a 13. And I can't read the numbers from here, but it looks like the 13 starts about 1980.
Yeah.
And so that's when the PDO shifted. So those are actual estimates of recruit, and those lines are the actual average for that period of time.
That's correct. Yeah, that period. The periods we looked at here was the sort of 1947 to 76 and 1977 to 2001 means.
So one other question, Bruce. I guess if you look at that and then look at the size at age decline, are they similar? I mean, would you see a somewhat similar? Obviously, the lines would be opposite direction, but I wonder if you'd see something similar.
I think no. This is kind of an up down up scenario, whereas the size at age has been kind of a down up down. So it's not really tightly related to that. Again, these are all recruitment estimates here are conditioned on the kind of assessment model was being used at the time and where we got the recruitment time series. Scott?
I think you just answered my question. But the recruitment estimates in that figure are from the previous version of the coastwide model.
Correct.
Before time.
No, not coastwide. It was from the core areas.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was essentially a closed area.
So our current understanding of recruitment with the time varying selectivity model is that those recent recruitments are much lower.
The most recent ones, yeah. Yeah. I'm not so sure that we could, and I'll maybe toss this to Ian, in terms of understanding the relationship of this figure versus what we might presently think. But Ian?
Actually, it's important to note here that this analysis basically used data through, I think, 2001. And so it almost doesn't overlap with the current stock assessment. The last few years of this analysis overlap with the first few years of the current coastwide assessment, and the estimates are pretty similar. The recruitments that we think have been below average that are still certainly highly uncertain and were contributing to the retrospective bias are the ones subsequent to that time period. So this is another case where we've got this historical analysis that doesn't quite connect up with what we're doing now. And what we really need to do is integrate this all together.
Yeah. And to be fair, I think that's one of Ian's primary tasks in the last little while is to try to stitch these together. We had a 3-day meeting with our scientific review board 2 weeks ago, and we spent essentially those 3 days on nothing but data and trying to go through these sorts of things. Where do we get the data that we're using in the assessment and so forth? That was an extremely worthwhile exercise, but it was there's a lot that goes into this assessment and even into just trying to estimate what the recruitment series are. Bruce?
Yeah, just one follow-up question to that. So when you're looking at the modeling as we're going forward, and if we think we have a regime shift, so that model is, am I right, am I correct that we're thinking that we're just passing through a regime shift the last 2 years?
Yeah.
So in the modeling, you're actually you're trying to take into account what you think is going to be the effect of what would be a negative PDO on a halibut population. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's absolutely right, Bruce. And you're going to be hearing a lot more from me about that this fall.
Oh, okay. Well, I just
definitely.
Yeah, I think one of the points here, and we'll get into this fall, but when you're dealing with something that involves predictability and it's a regime-based thing, it's dependent on you knowing where you are in that regime-based thing. So that's why when we talk about generating harvest policy or management procedures here, you want to get something that isn't critically dependent on whether you understand that correctly or not. So where you are in the regime. So that as an example of sort of harvest policy issues. Peggy.
It seems that I remember you doing some feeding studies, and I'm wondering if any of the information that's come from those studies is related to recruitment.
I'm not sure. Are you talking about really old diet studies? No. Okay. No, actually that has not yet been done. So that's part of our Size at Age project, what we got the NPRB funding for. So that will be looking at the bioenergetics of growth primarily, or size at age, not so much recruitment. Chris, Paul.
Yeah, Paul Ryle, why is this graph just age 6 recruits?
That's when we first see the recruits, and in any kind of way on our survey basis. We obviously see them. We see some recruits as a result of trawl surveys and other things. And one of the things that Ian's going to be doing, trying to stitch together data sets, is try to see how meaningful those are. We've done some previous analyses looking at abundance as measured in trawl surveys, and then subsequent abundance as measured as age 6, 7, and 8 recruitments in the halibut stock assessment, and have not found much relationship there. So there's clearly a lot of mortality happening between younger ages and the time that we first see them in the survey. So does that answer your question?
I'm not sure. Yeah. So what regime are we currently in?
We're in right now a negative regime. That's the way it certainly looks, and we'll have more to say about that in the assessment in terms of how we're dealing with some of the data as well. That's not for this meeting, but it has been we're probably 7 years into a negative recruitment regime. It's actually a positive PDO. Initially started a positive PDO and dropping towards the negative. But it looks like I think the folks who do this professionally, the oceanographers, are pretty certain we're in a negative PDO right now. Okay, that one took a little longer than I thought. So just to show you graphically the way some of this stuff went into the harvest policy analysis. So looking in the top left beginning, that's the invariant selectivity at length that's used in here. On the top right is the minimum and maximum growth schedules, and so each of these curves here. So this is again the two-stage size with the inflection at age 20. So that's females at maximum growth rate, and then this is females at minimum growth rates. And you can see that's much more linear than it is when you've got a lot more age 20s in there. Males, similar kind of story here. This is just to give you an idea of how selectivity of males in Area 3A has changed over time. This is by age, not by length. So we've seen a fairly significant shift in selectivity. The bottom right is the invariant maturity ogiva curve, looking at the maturity by age, and that's what's put into the simulations. So the other things that go into the harvest policy is determination of your reference points and limits, and this is a familiar diagram of how we've looked at the sort of B unfished as this top line up in here, and then where the stock is relative to the B unfished, as well as the two reference levels, the B30 and the B20. I've asterisked this S-bio limit here because Ian, in his reviewing of the reference points, has found that the actual definition of the B100% is not consistent with how we're defining the present state of the stock in here, and that's another reason why there's some disconnect between the harvest policy the way it was and the harvest policy the way we think it should be. So this is just to give you an idea of this, and this is worthwhile thinking about because this is the kind of thing that we'll be doing with the operating models and looking at the management procedures through the MSAB process. We'll have a series of performance metrics on this, and this is just going from the top panels. This is how the PDO is parameterized as an alternating series of high and low PDOs. We then randomize that process in there, so you put some variation into it. That's the second panel. And then this is just looking at the weighted age for females and males over this time period in response to, and this is the case where you have density-dependent growth. So when the stock density is higher, you have lower growth rates. When stock density goes down, you have higher growth rates. The right-hand set of panels is looking at a constant slow growth rate. So that's looking at growth rates the way we kind of are right now. The next panel down is looking at yield over the same time horizon by both males and females. The next panel down is looking at what the spawning biomass looks like with the imposition of the control rules in here. So this is looking at dropping, the thin line is looking when it gets down to the 20% level. And you can see when we're looking at either density-dependent growth or constant slow growth, there's a substantially different effect of the spawning biomass based on a constant harvest rate in here. And the reason is that under density dependence, when the stock declines, you actually get an increase in growth rate. So you don't actually realize the lower harvest rates or the lower threshold points as often as you do when you have constant slow growth rate. The last panel on the bottom here is actually the realized harvest rate, and you can see as the more times you drop into the 20% range there, then the lower the harvest rate is, because in some instances you're shutting down the fishery. So this is the kind of simulation process that we'll be going through in the MSAB as well. John?
John Woodruff, not sure I understand this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. The density-dependent growth, this is a simulation, so I'm looking at that on the left-hand side, the second one up from the bottom. So in times of less density, the growth is greater.
Right.
Is this looked at just for the halibut biomass, or is this the whole of the area where they're existing? I mean, that is, are you looking at the density of everything that's in the ecosystem, or just halibut?
No, that's a good question, John. This was just looking at areas 2B through 3A. So just looking at only halibut in this thing and not looking at what the ecosystem's doing.
So to follow up, Bruce, is there some data then that suggests that this is how things happen? Yes. When there is?
Yeah, Bill and Stephen did a paper, I guess a decade or so now, ago, looking at whether or not there was density dependent in the halibut stock, and it certainly appeared to at the time. Subsequent to that, and this is germane to your question, they plugged arrowtooth flounder biomass into this thing, and there was a much higher correlation with the increase in arrowtooth flounder biomass than there was with the density dependence within the halibut stock. So again, this is an approximation of reality that subsequent investigation suggested was not very correct. Adam
Kaiser. The harvest rate, is this assuming 20% coast-wide?
Yeah.
For the simulation?
Well, for this core area.
Oh, this is
just simulation, just looking at the core area.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks. And then for the previous slide with the selectivity curves, that's just assuming a single selectivity curve for the entire coast,
right,
as well?
For that core area.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so just looking at some performance metrics here, and I'm not going to go through these in details, but this is the kind of analysis that we did at the time. For example, looking at the top right here is the proportion of times, and these are just contour plots where this is the frequency. These different colors represent different frequencies going from high frequency to low frequency, and this is the frequency of times the spawning biomass is below the threshold level. So this is looking at a harvest rate of 0.2, and in this case this was trying to evaluate what the multiplier should be between the lower limit, the limit reference point, and the threshold reference point. So you can see there at this time that this was kind of in a reasonable area. We're looking at this being no more than 20% of the time, and that's looking at where that sits in the contour here tells you something about the performance of that management policy. Where does it sit in terms of that proportions? This is just fraction of the maximum available yield, and then the realized average harvest rate. This is looking under the conditions of density dependence. So I want you to just sort of keep that in your mind and look at the situation there with constant slow growth, and you can see some really substantial differences in where those probabilities are. Things change pretty dramatically when you assume constant slow growth, and that what happens there is that you lose the benefit of bigger fish as density goes down. This, in the constant slow growth rate, you're assuming that it just stays where it is, doesn't matter what the stock is doing. And that's kind of the pessimistic scenario to look at, where you don't think things are going to improve in growth rate. So just a comparison of the reference point considerations associated with old and new growth rates, and I draw your attention to the the right-hand panel here of looking at the relationship of harvest rate to yield per recruit under different growth regimes. And you can see under the old growth rates, or that's the density-dependent growth rate, which is the top curve here, substantially greater yield per recruit than you get under a constant slow growth rate thing. So this is just a demonstration of the sensitivity of things like yield per recruit to the assumptions about growth rate. Yeah, Scott.
Scott Meyer, I assume you'll be simulating scenarios where the growth rate increases again.
Yes. Whether those scenarios are reality is a better question. Okay, I wanted to just talk just very briefly about spawning biomass distribution, which is essentially like looking at yield distribution in consideration of migration. So this is just looking at sort of distribution of age 8 recruitment, using this as the base case by area. So this is looking at from area 4A through area 2B, and you can see the bulk of the stock is in area 3A. So this is looking at yield and spawning biomass, and of course because we're not doing any migration in this area, those things are, and again this is just a simulation, those things are going to be pretty much mirror images. Now we want to bring migration into this. So the way to look at this figure is on the left-hand side here, T represents migration. So this would be a T equals 0.02 is a 2% migration from west to east annually, then raising up to 2%, 4%, 6% going down that axis. Across the top here is what the fishing mortality is from 0 up to 30%. And what I would like you to pay attention to here is that across the rows you see very limited effect of harvest rate on the distribution of spawning biomass, assuming no migration, or at T0. Once you bring migration into it, what you see is through the columns a fairly significant effect of migration on that distribution of spawning biomass. Now, that's looking at an even harvest rate across all areas. If we then start to look at things like on the last 3 columns on the right here, we're looking at to the left of area 3A a 33% lower harvest rate, to the right of area 3 a 25% greater harvest rate. And what we're seeing here is this accentuates some of the differences associated with migration and harvest rate. So as you go across the tables in harvest rate here, you see again a much larger impact of harvest rate when you put migration into it. If we make that more extreme, but it in fact probably is not that far different from what we were seeing, what we perceived to see in area 2 versus area 3 before we changed to the coast-wide model, that difference gets really fairly substantial here as you go down the columns. For a given exploitation rate or you have unbalanced harvest rates, you have a fairly significant effect here. But what this is interesting to see is that the values that you see here, if you include migration in it, that's where you can have a bigger distribution of biomass in the eastern side of the stock than you would get in the absence of migration. And this may be part of the issue about why some harvest rates appeared to be sustainable in area 2, even though there were very high harvest rates, but you still had a fairly significant effect. I was talking about essentially being driven by recruitment into it. Yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Gabrus. On the migration, you go from 0 to 6%. I mean, what does the data tell us? What you think the migration is?
So it varies by area, and Ray Webster's done a fair amount of work on this. I think if I recall this, and Ian, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this thing, but so our maximum is something around 11% per year coming out of 4A. So that's a fairly significant number. Does that number seem right to you, Ian? Yeah, I believe it was something, that was the highest rate, and it was around 11% per year. It varies across area, and our ability to understand that by size and age is pretty limited. This is one of the discussions we've been through about trying to incorporate some spatial features into our stock assessment model. If you want to, I mean, these are just simulations looking at, okay, we're just going to say the exploitation rate is 100% higher to the east of area 3A. We don't know with enough understanding to say that in a given year a fish that's size 60 centimeters or that's age 6 is going to migrate a certain rate from one area to the next. That's a kind of density of observations we just don't have. And I think it's unlikely that we're going to get that level of things. And so one of the things that Ian has been looking at is to try to use a proxy for that migration by looking at either a fleets area kind of approach to it. Yeah.
Well, I guess that was the question. So for modeling, you're just saying, okay, if it's 0, this is what we're looking at. If it's 6, that, but we really don't know where it is. So is that going to be used in the modeling until you get more data, or what? When do you see that entering the model?
So at the moment, we don't, excuse me, we don't have a stock assessment model that includes explicit migration rates. We've summarized those data from the various tagging programs that have gone on. I think Steve's probably going to talk about this farther down the process, but the operating models for the management strategy evaluation are certainly going to include migration among areas. As Bruce mentioned, there are intermediate ways that we can deal with migration in the stock assessment, short of going to a full spatially explicit model with migration rates. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as just building a really complicated stock assessment model that captures, all the movement between the various boxes. That doesn't necessarily provide better management advice. So one of the things that we're working on here is developing more ways to model the stock that capture some of this migration behavior, but maybe not all of it. Just to follow up on the previous question, the total percent migration moving out of various areas ranges between about 2 and almost 17%, depending on the area you're in, and that's going to be distributed out across various areas. So a 0 to 6 range is probably reasonable to look over, although it may actually, for particular areas, it may actually be, there may be more migration than that.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but was not part of the reason to go to the area-wide models because of this understanding of the migration that was previously thought not to be significant?
That's correct. And the issue is when you're faced with that situation of understanding that now, before we did the pit tagging experiment, we had a suspicion this was going on, but you couldn't unequivocally say it because there were all kinds of issues with reporting rates on wire tags. In a sense, the pit tagging was kind of an unbiased experiment in that way, and what it came in is actually confirmed that there was much more movement of adults. So you can go one of two ways. You can build a spatial model that has all those migration rates built into it, but you better know them really well because they're going to be really, really important. Or you can go back to where you say the idea of a unit stock is satisfied, which is where we did is went back to a coast-wide stock and said, okay, that's a unit stock. And it's got migration going within it, and essentially it's invisible to the assessment. So we then would have to get a different process to partition it to regulatory area. But we retreated to the idea of saying, okay, where can the unit stock assumption be satisfied? So, John, you had a question? Okay, Dan?
Thanks, Bruce. Dan Hall. On the previous slide, I guess, with the tables, in my memory, and I've seen these tables before, similar, there was no net change in spawning biomass in 3A, but there was in other areas, and I'm just wondering if this is different from what I saw previously, or maybe what I saw previously was eBio, or maybe I just...
I think your observation is correct, Dan. The 3A being the center of the stock, it's not near as sensitive to those movement parameters. It's kind of in the middle of the stock where you see the big changes in the peripheries to the stock. So in area 2 and in area 3 and 4, or 3B and 4. So if you look, for example, just looking at that, pick a level of say F.2, and if you go down that line there, you go from it's like 48% to 42%, which isn't very much of a change compared to the changes you're seeing in other areas. So 7% to 14% in 2C.
Correct. I guess I was comparing to 3B, where there's even less of a change. That was that's what I noticed. But
okay,
maybe that was there before, and I just didn't pick that up.
Yeah. So, okay. So the harvest rate concerns that we had. So we did the core analysis on there, but we also had concerns about areas 4B and 4CDE. At that time, the WPUEs were dropping very substantially. The 4B recruitment was quite low relative to its habitat, so about a third of 4A and about a tenth of what we see in 2B and 2C. relative to the same amount of habitat. The yield per recruit analysis showed that the 4B sustainable yield is somewhere around 1 million pounds. And 4CDE was fairly similar to 4B in that regard, and so at the time we recommended a harvest rate which was adopted of 0.15 for areas 4B and initially in 4B and then in 4CDE. For areas 4A and 3B, we had the same kinds of observations. The WPUE trend was going downwards in 4A since the late 1990s, and again, to get back to this, when the quotas were first increased in those areas in 1998, the staff did say at the time that these numbers were not sustainable and we should see some declines in here, but I think certainly in 4B those went on longer than we had suspected they would go on. In 3B that's still going on, and I think 3B is one of those areas that's quite perplexing to us in an assessment perspective, because it seems almost no matter what we do in that area, we still continue to see these declines in WPUE. But as a result of those empirical observations, we recommended an adoption of a 0.15 harvest rate in those areas too in 2007. So they were not based on any additional analysis. That was just based on an empirical observation that, boy, things aren't looking very good in there and we better make some changes here. So, oops, sorry. So, just trying to summarize this. The way we did the analysis of the harvest policy at that time, it was essentially based on sort of principles of biological productivity. The output was a target harvest rate, and that was evaluated in terms of the probability or risk of reaching stock biomass reference points, in this case B30. We used similar performance metrics to those that are being considered here. We'll be looking at all of those sorts of things, you know, percentage of maximum yield. We'll also be looking at things like average size in the catch and so forth, all those kinds of things that may be important to an individual user. What this didn't do is it didn't invoke any kind of broad process of assessing and ranking a suite of management objectives, and it didn't invoke any kind of feedback thing. This was basically a staff-generated process, and that's where we're stepping outside of that for something like the MSAB. And it didn't present or evaluate management objectives in a benefit-risk framework. It just presented them as sort of a straight-out thing, although the probability curves of particular things, that was put it in a probability framework but not in a risk framework. So that's kind of a review. Yeah, Scott.
Scott Mazzoni. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear you comment anything on 2A and the harvest policy there. And why would that be?
Yeah, so the 2A harvest policy has essentially been spawned off of Area 2B because the assessment at that time was spawned off of the 2B assessment. 2A has always represented a significant issue to us in terms of collecting enough information from the fisheries in there to actually characterize a standalone stock assessment. So at that time, even the closed area assessment, if you will, was largely driven by what's going on in 2B, Scott. Yeah.
And do you see that continuing?
Ian, kick that one over. Right now, we're dealing with a coast-wide assessment, so in a sense, it's not. Where we're going to go from that's kind of another question. You have any comments on that, Ian? No, he doesn't. Okay. Okay. Any queries on that? That's kind of a review of it. It's kind of trying to get at where we've been in this thing and what are the characteristics of it and how they relate to where we're going. Okay, yeah, Jeff.
Yeah, Bruce, you had mentioned the steep decline in the weight per unit effort in areas 4A and 3B. And
not in weight, yeah, sorry, weight per unit effort, right, correct.
Yeah,
sorry.
and then since going to the 15% harvest rate, have we seen a steadying of that, or is it still on a sharp decline in those areas?
We did, let me just... So this is from last year. When we looked at area 4A, we did see some improvements when we dropped the harvest rate in 4B. In 4B, we did see some improvement over a series of years, which we were fairly encouraged by, but we've also seen a decline in those from 2009 through 2012, Jeff. For Area 4A, you might say there's been a bit of a flattening here in that lower version, but the one that probably gives us the most concern is that we have not seen that in Area 3B. Okay. You want to jump into your OM? Yeah. Slide 2. What? What's one? That one? All these presentations today will be up on the website, so you in your website, the MSAB website, so you can get them. Okay. How much time do you need for that?
If you have your computer out of the car, in the car, I hope it's still in your car.
In the interest of using the last 5 minutes, sir, so from what you suggested in the modeling, that as this, we're having a decrease in size at age, which is pretty apparent, but then if the stocks come down, you're saying that we should now see a corresponding increase at size at age. You're saying the number of animals is the same, they're just smaller. So if we have less animals, they're probably going to grow faster. Is that right?
That's one of the alternative hypotheses you can put forward, and so we examined
like that
both.
one.
Yeah. So well, that was thought to be the case historically, and that sort of gets back to John's question here: is that what else happened? So when they did that initial analysis, it looked like density dependence was an operating feature of the halibut stock, and I think it still is part of it. But when we also looked at the abundance of arrowtooth, that had probably a much stronger correlation with the decreasing size at age in halibut as the biomass of arrowtooth increased. Having said that, I still think we have issues with density dependence, and particularly as size at age changes, you have a lot more age classes compressed into the same size class. So you're going to get just an increase in competition as a result of getting more animals of different ages in the same size classes.
Maybe just a quick follow-up on that as well. You've hit the nail right on the head, which is that we've seen a decrease in the stock size. When are we going to see the subsequent increase in size at age? We would expect there to be a transition period between any of those, and I think what's important to remember about the two processes, recruitment and size at age, is that size at age is a pretty slow process. When we look back over the historical record, we see fairly slow changes. It responds, but it responds in a period of decades. Whereas recruitment, even though it has these decadal cycles, we can see big changes in recruitment year to year. Recruitment is something that can change pretty dramatically from one year to the next. Size at age, not so much.
Tom Marking, I guess it concerns me, is there any correlation if you have density dependence from environmental conditions versus density dependence versus high harvest rate? There may not be the same relationship of growth at all.
So you're talking about fishery effects on size at age? Yeah, so that's actually one of the things that as a fish biologist you're always concerned about, is whether or not your harvest regime is changing the characteristics of your animals. So one of the projects that this grant we got from NPRB this year, one of the components of that is looking at fishery effects on size at age. And so Gordon Cruz from University of Alaska has a graduate student working on that who's going to be working with Steve and examining that potential effect for the halibut stock. One of the concerns that one would have about that is not only the effect of the fishery, but also potentially genetic effects on that, whether or not you're actually selecting for this. We don't think that's a big issue here. We don't think, because we saw small sizes at age back in the 1920s. They increased again. Now, if that had in fact sort of eliminated that gene from the gene pool, if you will, you wouldn't have had that increase on there. But it's something you want to be concerned about all the time. So that's one of the issues about going back and re-aging those fish and making sure that in fact they were small size at age at that time. Yeah. For 45 minutes we'll break for? Okay, so we'll get started. So Steve wants to now take you through the operating model, right? So this.
some sort of ploy here to force me to use a PC. Which key do I?
Page up, you can go page up or page down. Change slide.
Okay. That works too. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to change some gears here, and the bad news is I've never done this before, and the good news is neither of you. So we're all in this together. By way of outline, what I want to first talk about is where are we in this process so far? Why do we need an operating model? I'm going to revisit the term that Rob Cronlund just introduced us to called the worry list. And then we're going to have some fun with Chris Sporer today. And then we'll follow up with a discussion after this, and then after which time we're going to use our own computers and play a few games, and you guys get to be your own little fisheries managers and decide how you should appropriately do Jim Balsiger's job. All right. Before the first meeting, I'll ask you to read a paper by Tony Smith called Light on the Hill, and it's probably one of the most succinct, easy to read papers on this process, but right on the front page of it, there's 4 key ingredients. And basically what those ingredients are is a clearly defined set of management objectives, and we're working in that direction. A set of performance criteria related to those objectives. You want to make sure you're measuring the correct thing, and I think we've kick-started that. A set of management strategies or options to be taken into consideration, and we really haven't done any work on this area yet. And then, of course, a means of calculating this performance criteria for each strategy. Now, I don't have to tell any of you in this room that this particular fishery, just by the spatial expanse of this stock, going from Northern California all the way out to the Aleutian Islands and Bering Sea, is a very difficult, challenging problem. Imposed upon that is regulatory areas. Imposed upon that are 2 different countries who have 2 different fishing regulations, who have 2 different tactical options for implementing their harvest procedures. So developing this operating model for the halibut to the stage where I'm happy with it is still a ways off, but I am going to show you some very simplified versions of a halibut-like creature, and you'll get to see today and play today ways of calculating these performance measures. I'm not going to go through these fisheries objectives. We've already beat them up pretty good here this morning. And the key point I wanted to point out is that some of you noticed there's conflicts in these objectives, and that's a good thing. What we're trying to do is specify objectives that map out the trade-offs that we have to deal with, make sure there's candy in the candy store, and make sure we don't take candy out of the candy store at a rate faster than we can replenish it. The next working objective, there's one here I've highlighted in blue. And again, Chris was very forthcoming in our June meeting and laid out some really cool ideas. And so I'm either going to make them famous or infamous, and we're going to explore this particular procedure a little later on here in a second. Of course, where we're also at in this process is we've started to develop a set of performance metrics. Some of them we don't necessarily all agree upon, and what the actual probability values, etc., we'll have to revisit iteratively as we go through this process. So we'll jump into what's required of an operating model. I gave this to Ian as a Christmas present last year. It's come in handy. I'm not going to go into all the flute music and the details, but what I want to give you some appreciation for in this group is the dimensions that we're dealing with. First off, we are dealing with a stock that has a very large area, but there's more regulatory areas, so the need for a spatially explicit model is necessary. People have already talked about size selective impacts or the cumulative effects of fishing on fisheries, and this has been dealt with either as an implicit method using fleets at areas and different selectivity curves, or actually having multiple stocks in the population, some that grow fast, some that grow slow. Rick Mathod has really pioneered a lot of this research long ago. Clearly we need to have a sex dimension in this model. There's very skewed sex ratio in the commercial fishery. Time, of course, we always need to have time. We also have to deal with the age structure as well as the size structure, because there are size implications, size selective fishing, size limits, etc. And probably the more complicated aspect of this operating model in terms of its dimensionalities is the fishing fleets, or the gears that you have to put in place. We have a directed longline fishery, but we also have other longline fisheries or fixed gear fisheries that harvest halibut or take them as bycatch, recreational fisheries, trawl fisheries, etc. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on developing the operating model for the fishing fleet dynamics. The other major axis that I have to deal with is the notion of regimes, or we'll represent these things as scenarios. We've seen in this fishery and in this stock tremendous changes in growth, and growth varying much slower relative to, say, the variability we see in annual recruitment. We say changes in the distribution or availability of the stock. There's probably also changes, significant changes in the natural mortality rates of these stocks, or at least the growth rates via competition with other competitors. We're not going to try and model all of these explicitly, but you can represent much of this stuff as random process or noise inside the population dynamics models. Certainly we have to contend with how selectivity in the fisheries changes over time. And of course, anytime we want to impose a new management procedure or regulation, change in size limit, for example, these regulatory changes can have huge impacts on how the dynamics of the resource change over time. The next big component in constructing an operating model is to take into consideration the types of procedures that are feasible within the industry. So when you develop a harvest control rule, and the control rule may be based on when it's a full moon, we close the fishery. You know, if it's a cloudy day, you just can't see if it's a full moon, so what the heck, I'm going to go fishing. It's not always feasible to implement some of these harvest policies, or we simply don't have the capacity to monitor through or enforce any sort of restrictions. The assessment models that we use, or the assessment model that we use to actually do our stock assessments and the type of data. We had a conversation at lunchtime about the survey expansion and how that's going to contaminate the data and make the assessment model completely wrong. All of these procedural things are important, and we have to take into consideration. Probably the most important thing you have to keep in mind when you're dealing with procedures inside these operating models is the notion of feedback controls. And I hope today's exercise really demonstrates this point, is that we build in harvest control rules that have a feedback process. They're somehow linked to the stock size, or at least what we think the stock size is. Finally, everyone in the room has something they want to worry about, and somehow that all trickles down onto my desk, and Ian actually has a whiteboard on all the things he worries about. And when I walk home every night, it makes me sick just looking at the amount of work and things he worries about. And that's just his job. Who knows what it's like at home. But I want you to, when you bring up the idea of, or start worrying about something that's going to affect your livelihoods or going to affect your ability to maintain market shares, I want you to categorize those things immediately into things that you can manage, like the minimum size limit, versus things that you can't manage, like recruitment variability. And just keep those in mind, because those are what we actually use to define procedures, things that we can manage, versus scenarios, things that we can't manage. So when you have a worry list, think of it more as a matrix. where you have things we can manage or a column of procedures, and then things that we can't manage or a column of scenarios. So I've got here a bunch of items under these two columns, but then further categorize these two columns into things that we're certain about. Like, I know there's depredation going on because there's a whale behind my boat and all I'm getting is halibut heads. Versus things we're uncertain about, like my neighbor is fishing my gear. And I know it because he hasn't bought a circle hook in 25 years. Okay, so just keep in mind that you want to make sure that there's things that we're certain about, i.e. we may have data on them, or we may be able to formulate procedures or scenarios in our operating model, and we can actually test these sorts of things. There may be things you're certain about, like there is bycatch going on, but you're uncertain about how much bycatch there is going on. So again, think of this as a matrix. Anytime you have something that hits your worry list, because eventually these things trickle down to me and I'm asked to somehow put them into an operating model. If you can't put them in any four of these boxes, go to the bar and have a drink. All right, so how do we avert a crisis? Generally what we do is we just plan for it. And so I was doing a little thinking, and I thought what we would do is, in this situation, run through a little example where we have two hypotheses about how the Pacific decadal oscillation affects recruitment in our little simulated halibut population here. And then Chris Sporer, who's about to become famous or infamous, suggested the idea that perhaps one of our objectives should be to limit how quickly the TAC, either coastwide or on a regulatory area basis, can change from year to year. So I think we actually wrote down in the objectives, limit the rate of change, increase or decrease by 15% per year. So if the assessment model says increase the catch by 30%, we would only increase it by 50%, or 15%, sorry. The assessment model says decrease the catch next year by 45% over this year's catch, we would only go down 15%. So we're trying to buffer some of that negative economic impacts and then buffer our uncertainty if the stock's actually increasing. So just to reiterate, objective 6 there was to limit the annual changes in the TAC coastwide and or by regulatory area to less than 15% per year, conditional on satisfying our conservation objectives. So I'm going to walk you through basically the kinds of results you're going to see in an operating model, and I want to familiarize you with some of the figures that we use to generally show how these procedures work. On the screen, as I mentioned earlier this morning, the operating model essentially is conditioned on our historical data, or to our best knowledge, what we think has happened to the halibut stock out there. And we usually use the assessment models to come up with this information. So the shaded region here basically represents a period of time up to the present day. This is a cooked up example, so don't mind the years. And in the non-shaded region is the region where we would actually simulate an alternative management procedure. The thick black line running through there is the median value, so that is half of the runs result in biomass being below that line, and half of the runs result in biomass being above that line. And then there's three little colored lines on there. What they represent are three realizations. And if you do hundreds and hundreds of realizations and you take the 90th percentile of all of those realizations, you get that shaded region, or this envelope of biomass trajectories. So does anybody have any questions? So essentially, we're using history to the present day, and then we're going forward in time, in this case 35 years, simulating what the biomass would do under some certain conditions. John?
So John Woodruff, your simulation though, I guess Steve, I'm curious, what variables are you using to do the simulation? Is it just one, is it just the PDO change, or is it a whole bunch of things?
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. right now in this particular example, this is just a constant recruitment, but I'm going to go through that step. In addition to the biomass, these operating models are also projecting forward the catch you would take from this population in time. So again, you're conditioning the model on the historical catch data in the shaded region. In the non-shaded region is a result, say, of 100 realizations. You see the median catch. You see the dark shaded region being the 90th percentile of 100 realizations. And then the lighter shaded region is basically the range of catch results. So there's periods there in this particular scenario where the colored lines dip down and hit zero, i.e. the fishery is closed. Okay, so these are just two graphics that we use to sort of give you a quick snapshot of what that procedure would look like if we had 100 different halibut stocks around the world and we all did the same thing. And we plotted them all on one graph, what would they look like? And that's essentially what this figure is. In the paper I gave you to read for background material back in June, they call these things, unfortunately, worm plots. And the idea here is that each one of these little lines looks like a worm crawling through the sand. All right, now I'm going to get to John Woodruff's question. I'm going to show you here in the first scenario where I'm simulating forward in time, and I'm showing you here the biomass, and then you can see the worm plot. Unfortunately, you can't see the shaded region very well, but I can assure you it's there. Going forward in time, and in this particular case, we're using the same harvest control rule that we use for halibut, where we fish at some fishing mortality rate, in this case FMSY, and if the stock falls below 30% of its unfished state, we start to ramp down the fishing mortality rate, and then if the stock falls below 20%, we close the fishery. Okay, so that's the resulting biomass trajectory. And the second scenario is the same. Again, this is a scenario, not a procedure. It's the same harvest control rule, the 30-20 rule, but now I believe that the dynamics of the stock in the future are not deterministic, but they're actually a function of the Pacific decadal oscillation. So you can see just these two hypotheses have resulted in very, very different dynamics, stock dynamics over time, i.e. recruitment is a function of the environment and not stock size. Okay, and now just side by side, I'm showing you how the catch trajectories would differ between the deterministic scenario versus the Pacific decadal oscillation scenario using the 30-20 rule. So this is just to familiarize you with these management procedures. Now, Chris wants to pave a new way forward. So we're going to now take those management procedures you just saw. In this case, I'm showing the biomass trajectories for the deterministic and PDO scenarios. And on those envelopes, hopefully this works, I'm going to overlay Chris's rule, which is the fixed harvest rate rule now, but the quotas can only increase or decrease by a maximum of 15% per year. And lo and behold, under Chris's rule, which is shown in sort of the green color there in the envelope, relative to the current rule we're using at the Halibut Commission, results in significantly more biomass under both the deterministic and the Pacific decadal oscillations. Everybody's looking at the screen, that's good. So, which line is green? Can you hear me on this? Can you hear me on this? Yes. All right. It's probably better if I point with my fingers rather than do it. Given that, I think our computer IT person's colorblind too, isn't he? The spore procedure, as we're calling it, is this green line that results in a high median biomass, whereas the 30-20 rule, which is the same harvest control rule, similar harvest control rule we use here at the Halibut Commission is this pinkish red line that goes down here. If you get new contacts and get closer to the screen, you can actually see the colors quite well. Top one? All right. There, can anybody see that? All right. And on so that's one scenario. This is one hypothesis of what we think is going to happen in the future. The other hypothesis is that we think recruitment is going to go up, come back down, and go back up again over the next 35 years. And again, the spore procedure results in much higher biomasses than what we would get. Oh, with this? Okay. Much higher biomasses than we would get under the 30-20 rule. So any questions on that? This is clear as mud. All right, I'm about to sell more ice to Eskimos. This is the catch. So it's the exact same scenarios. Here I have a deterministic stock recruitment relationship and recruitment relationship that's a function of the PDO. The spore procedure is this little green area that's quite narrow where the fishery remains open every year for 35 years. And then the 30-20 rule is this region where some years we actually close, especially if there's a Pacific decadal oscillation driving this stock. Some years we actually close this fishery for quite some time. Okay. Any questions on this? All right. No questions. There might be a test at the end of this. John.
So I'm just curious. The Pacific decadal, the PDO example.
Yep.
What you're forecasting with the PDO is recruitment, and you're basing that on just your history of how recruitment works in the PDO.
Yeah, what we would have done is we took the PDO from the historical data during this historical procedure, and we found out that about 40% of the recruitment variation can be explained by the current state of the PDO. I'm just making these numbers up. That's why these are not real halibut data up here, okay? So you can't walk out of here and say, oh my God. Consult me first. All right. So let's say, for example, that the Pacific decadal oscillation explains 100% of the recruitment variation. So Steve Hare and Bill Clark did this analysis with the closed area models before, and they found that the more statistically significant relationship is that recruitment is a function of the PDO and not spawning stock biomass. So all I'm doing in the PDO scenario is just driving the dynamics. So when the biomass goes up under the 30-20 rule, biomass goes up, we get to harvest more, and all of a sudden the biomass goes down. And in some of these 100 realizations, the biomass went below 20%. We close the fishery. Guess what? Nobody gets to go fishing. But under the spore procedure, because you didn't allow yourself to go up really, really high, if you look on the previous slide, the stock got to get to be a much larger size because you allowed that biomass or the principal in the bank to grow. All right, well, under the 30-20 rule, you got greedy, you let the stock come down, and that might be an okay thing to do. But some of those times, the fishery was closed. So what we can do is then take a period of time that we're interested in. Usually you're interested in, like, say, the first 5 years, but I'll save that for later. Let's take a period of time, say between 2000 and 2015, and we'll calculate some statistics. So what I'm showing you here in this plot now is the average catch that the fishery would obtain under these two different procedures in the rows, the 30-20 rule, the IPHC procedure, versus the spore procedure in the bottom row. And in fact, you get, on average, a higher catch, 240 units under the deterministic scenario, and you'll get 217 units under the PDO scenario because there's some years where the stock got so low you didn't get to fish, so you get a slightly lower average during that period. Under the spore procedure, you get 189 units and 189 units. This looks like a more robust procedure to uncertainty about recruitment dynamics. Okay, so that's a statistic on average catch. But go back and look, what's the other thing you notice in this picture? Peggy.
I don't know if this answers your question, but one of the things I'm curious about is this is all based on historic data theoretically, and yet we're not applying the historical data that we have up to 2013. We're stopping.
Yeah, it's an example.
Okay.
So don't worry about the years.
Okay.
I could have just put different years on here and you would have never known.
So what was your question again?
What else do you notice between these two different procedures, the green one and the pink one? What else do you notice? John?
Well, you run out of fish.
Yeah, you run out of fish. This is the actual landing. So yeah, you run out of fish here, so you actually close the fishery. If you go back and look at the biomass, you get really low biomasses. But the other thing you notice is that in some of the realizations, you can get a lot of catch or a little catch. So the variance of the catch is a very important measure. Brad, you want to maintain market share. Can you maintain market share when your catch is down here? No, you really don't want to go there. So right away the spore procedure says that that's probably something that's going to be preferable to maintaining market share. So instead of looking at average catch, we can look at also how the stock performs. That's pretty trivial. If you fish harder, you got less fish left than if you do under the spore procedure. But if you look at the 5-year average annual variation in catch from year to year, if stock recruitment is deterministic, you're only looking at on average, about a 16% change every 5 years in your paycheck, hopefully up. All right? But if the PDO is the correct hypothesis, on average, you're looking at a 45% change in your paycheck. And that's an average. It could be 200%. It could be lower than that. So this is an average value. Whereas under the spore procedure, the rule actually says don't let my paycheck change by more than 15% per year. So the maximum value you could ever get in here would be 15%. So what are some of the lessons? Question, quick.
You're basing your model on historical catch data.
Correct.
And that historical data had a specific harvest policy at a time.
Correct.
And then as you go forward, you're changing the harvest policy. How do you account for possible changes
Correct.
in future? Yeah.
Correct. You bring up a really important point, and that's where we are at right now. If we want to change the current procedure to another procedure, if you just go back and look at the catch here, if this is 2013, and here's what we're going to do next year. We're either going to pick Chris's procedure or we're going to stick with the halibut procedure. We're talking about the transition to this new procedure is an immediate 50% loss. And that's probably something you don't want to take. At least the industry is probably not going to be able to take that. So one of the lessons from this exercise is that you need to phase in these transitions, and we'll bring this point back up. Steve. Microphone, please.
I think the question in my mind was about how you condition the historical data, the model to the historical data, because you had different harvest rules in the past than you're carrying forward in your simulations.
It really doesn't matter what the historical harvest rule was, harvest policy was. The catch is the catch. So whatever happened in the past doesn't matter. The point is it doesn't matter whether you're using this procedure, the previous procedure, i.e. don't change anything, let's just keep doing what we're doing. That is also a procedure, or adopt something completely different than this. There's always going to be that transition. Not changing your mind results in actually a bigger transition in the catch in this particular scenario than it would be to go to the sporer procedure. But times happen to be good in this particular simulated example. We're going to build on this a little bit more and expand it, but if there's no more questions, I'm going to go on. Bruce.
Just had the one you can address that. Maximum 15% change imposes dangerous lags. If your modeling is correct, it seems like it helps resolve some of those violent shifts. So what are the dangerous lags?
Sure. We'll get to that. It's highlighted for a reason because that's where we're going. The lessons are the transition is the first thing we adopted. Adopting a new procedure or changing it from status quo could result in a huge gain or a huge loss. It really just depends on what the procedure is. In this particular case, going from the 30-20 rule to the sporer procedure results in an immediate reduction, about 50% of the landings in the very first year. So you may want to phase that in over time. Under the sporer procedure, though, we did notice that this particular fishery never ever closes, and it would never close. The rule is a fixed harvest rate. Even if the stock goes down to 1 halibut left, you still go out and cut that fish up into 20% and take it. That's what this rule says. But you just can't take more than 15% of the 20%. All right. There's reduced variance in the annual catch. That's built into the rule. A maximum 15% change does impose dangerous lags, and we'll see this more in the next example. But back to your point, Bruce, what if this stock is falling at a rate of 30% per year, and you're only allowing the catch to decline by 15% per year? Then obviously you're going to be playing catch up the whole way down. What did you call that? Chasing the rabbit down the hole is essentially what's going on. So a lot of you have already said, what about, what about? So what about all of the other things I haven't modeled yet in this management procedure? So let's talk about some of the other things that the analyst is hiding. We sweep a lot of the issues, or at least our clients and the industry think that we sweep a lot of the issues that are important to me underneath the rug, and so we want to expose some of these issues. So how would the sporer procedure perform if our catch accounting system was missing a significant amount of halibut? So say there's some nasty poacher out there, or say that the bycatch estimates we're getting from the new observer program are really, really biased and we don't know about it for 20 years. How will this procedure perform relative to, say, the status quo procedure? So again, I'm going to walk you through this really, really slow. What I've now set up here is on the left, what you saw before, the same deterministic model, looking at the biomass over time, and here showing 5 realizations of simulated biomass through time, applying the halibut harvest control rule, the 30-20 rule. And in the panel over to the next, the Russians came in, stole a bunch of fish. We didn't know about it. Maybe I'll call it the Syrians. The Russians are too friendly. The Syrians came in, they stole a bunch of fish we don't know about. We don't know how much they stole. But again, this biomass we're simulating is the true state of nature, and we have a different perspective on that nature. But this is what happens under the 30-20 rule, is that there is actually feedback in that rule, because the rule is a function of how big is the stock this year. If the biomass dropped because somebody poached a bunch of fish, the survey would obviously drop. Our rule would compensate. We'd lower the harvest rate, and we would simulate forward. Okay, does everybody get that? So there's no bycatch problem here, or there's no catch accounting problem here. There's a catch accounting problem here. We get very, very different biomass trajectories. But note that over the period we're simulating forward in time, both of them are increasing, just the absolute scale differs. Now, if we were to apply the sporer procedure on this, again, in the green line is what we saw before when there was no problems with the catch accounting system, and here is the procedure the spore procedure when there is a catch accounting problem, a bunch of fish went missing, but we can only lower the harvest rate a little bit each year according to our harvest control rule. So the biomass doesn't go down as fast because we didn't over-harvest in those initial years when we transitioned to the new policy. Here's what I mean. When we transitioned to that new policy, we didn't detect that the biomass declined for about 3 or 4 years until we got enough survey data, so we fished at extremely high rates, and that really knocked the stock down. And then 4 or 5 years later, we found out, wait a minute, the stock isn't productive, or someone went on and said, the PDO did it, the PDO did it. It has nothing to do with the PDO, it's just some missing fish. Okay? And then we see the Chris spore rule, it also declines, and it declines, the catches from the spore rule decline in both cases when there's theft and no theft. Is this hurting your heads yet? Now let's throw the PDO in there. So same two scenarios, but now, or sorry, same two management procedures where there's theft on the left and, sorry, no theft on the left and theft on the right. And what you see under the PDO, again, just using the 30-20 rule, is the corresponding scaling difference, basically the same trends, but a different scaling because of the missing fish. And if you apply the spore procedure on top of that, again, you get more biomass out there, but at the expense of having caught fewer fish. So what you're doing is you're lowering your harvest rate, putting a little buffer in the system to account for such uncertainties as missing fish or variation in recruitment associated with the PDO or something like that. So you can also look at just the harvest rates. Now what I'm showing here is the 30-20 rule in pink in this column, the fixed harvest rate with the maximum 15% change in that column. You have a much more stable harvest rate in that population. So recruitment biomass, or sorry, population biomass can increase and decrease much more, will respond much better to recruitment than it will to fisheries. All right. Any questions? If you look at the average catch rates, here's what we had before, the deterministic scenario, the PDO scenario with no theft, and now we have the deterministic scenario where theft. You can see there's a huge amount of catch being lost in the cases where we're not accounting for this missing fish. And under the spore procedure, same thing, you get a drastic reduction in the overall catch. So which one of these 4 scenarios is the right scenario? John?
I'm going to answer your question with a question.
Sure.
So I guess as I hear this presentation, Steve, my question is, what the variables, if you will, the PDO is a variable, this 30-20 is a given, but if you do this modeling, I mean, it's not just about the PDO. There's a huge amount of variables, and so when you plug all that in, or when you try to plug all that in, your output, you're at the bottom line, and you're way up here at the top. So the real question is, how do you get to a point so you kind of have some feel about where you are? That's one question, and the other is, I just lost it, but I guess what I'm struggling with is, yeah, I get the part that you got this variation, but you still have a whole bunch of variables that you don't know, and they change over time, and so you don't know. I mean, recruitment. You could get 2 years into this and say, well, recruitment's changed. It's gotten a lot better. So all of a sudden, then 15% might become 25%, or you might want to take a one-time jump up to some number because your recruitment's better. I mean, that's where these things get really wild.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
So, and my answer is I didn't really understand your first question, but I'll answer Peggy's question instead. And she said there's 8 scenarios. And let me reiterate, just to back up, I guess, again, I want you to consider the columns here are things we can't manage. So when we can't manage something, and I think that's what you're kind of getting at, John, there's a whole bunch of variables that we can't manage, like the PDO. What we do is we represent them as scenarios. And your point is a very technical point, is that you don't know how much the PDO affects it. So generally what we try and do is we try and, in these procedures, is we bracket the extremes. So we think that recruitment has no function or is no link to the PDO, or we think that recruitment is largely explained by the PDO. So these are 2 extremes in this particular suite of scenarios where we're just looking at how recruitment variation would affect. The things we can control is how we calculate the TAC each year, and that's the rows of the table. So the 30-20 rule is just to reiterate, if the stock is above 30% of its unfished state, we fish at FMSY. If the stock falls below 20% of its unfished state, we close the fishery. Anything in between is a linear function. The SPORA procedure is, let's apply FMSY to the stock size, and I don't care if it's at its unfished state or if there's only 1 fish left. So those are just 2 different procedures. So these are things we can manage. These are things we can't manage. John, your question is, where do I stop? And it's an important one because you all in the past have been satisfied with, this is our assessment model column. And you yourself said you should just give us a number from this column. So that's the number he gives. But the real question is, which one of these hypotheses about the biology we don't understand is the correct one to use? So what the chimpanzees would do, and no, I'm not referring to Paul and the decision makers, would be to naively weight each one of these things. So if you asked a group of people who know nothing about this, you'd get a probability of 0.25 for each one of these things. So if you just naively weight them, you can take the average across all of these rows. Okay, so on average, you don't know which one of these scenarios is correct, but if you're to harvest at this rate, you're going to get an average catch of 176. Or if you use the SPORA procedure, you're going to get an average catch of 138. And of course, you can calculate the associated standard deviation, and plus and minus, and all that other stuff. I think I actually do that in the next table. So you look at the depletion. Here, the stock is, on average, gets depleted to about 36%, whereas under the SPORA procedure, we only deplete the stock to about 48%. You can look at the average annual variation in the catch. And again, the rule limits how quickly the catch can change, so that's always going to be less than 15% per year, whereas on average you're looking at a 31% change. And we don't know which one of these hypotheses is correct. Now Ian's got 15 other hypotheses about the dynamics of the stock, so you can see 15 columns get built across here. Well, it turns out that we can try and use the data to not naively assign weights to these data, but actually to put credibility to each hypothesis. And that's something the Halibut Commission will do, is we'll calculate the odds of this scenario being correct, say it's 50% of the time. Then we'll calculate the odds of this scenario being correct, say that's 10%, 10%, 20%. And we'll apply those as weighting factors, and we'll use that to help choose among the alternative scenarios. This is where we get into what I had in the outline, the importance of having multiple models. Okay? What if this was the actual correct scenario? You know, you got a lot less variance, but you caught a lot less fish, and you end up driving the stock into the ground. Okay? 2-minute drill. Everybody pick up your pens, your papers. write down which procedure, the sporal procedure or the 30-20 rule, you would use to manage this fishery, fictitious halibut fishery, and give me 2 reasons why it's preferable. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes, and then I'm going to randomly choose 5 people from the room, and you're going to have to explain. Actually, it should be 6 people from this room because there's 3 Canadian commissioners and 3 U.S. commissioners. Are the tables important? Which ones? Which table do you want to look at? Average catch, depletion, variance? Sure, Per. I didn't, Chris did. I don't know, ask Chris.
Number.
He had a meeting
Down from.
in Vancouver.
Well, I mean, you pick 15%, but 15% of a million pounds of, of how many pounds? It's got to translate to pounds at some point.
Well, no, it's 15% per year. So your starting point, it's wherever you start from. It's 15%.
Okay, so it's not starting at the current.
Yeah, it's 15% of last year's catch.
15% of last year's. Go down from last year's catch.
Yep.
We didn't really look at it and say when it was being developed, say it's starting from this point. We just said, what would make sense for average annual rate is 15%.
Well, it depends where you start from. I mean, that's okay.
And it, depending where you're starting from is not a reason. Yeah. You want to go back to which one? The one before? Catch? And then I'll show you the last one, the variance in the catch in the last 5 years. So market stability, less market stability. Not to influence the decision makers in the room. Well, Costco. Brad's market. It's important to Brad, so I can almost. Right. All markets. Yeah, thanks. Okay. So Chris, it's your procedure. Which one did you pick?
I picked mine just on that you don't deplete the stocks to the same extent, and also that you still have a fishery, or the probability of having a fishery is higher.
Okay. Peggy, a volunteer.
Well, this is all part of Peggy Parker. This is all part of me learning. I picked the is it 30-20 or 20? I picked the 30-20
rule.
Only because of a statement that you said. Only because of that. And I had this sneaking hunch that this might be a trick question, and so I was looking for hints that you might have given us early on in the presentation. And I remember you saying that with the sporer rule, we could fish it to the very last halibut. So I picked the other one because that would shut the fishery down if the stocks were crashing. That was the only reason I could come up. I don't know the second reason.
Okay. So, but when you pick that rule, you recognize that on average, sorry, let's go to the depletion one, that on average, that rule would result in a smaller stock anyways. There's the trade-off, right? Dan, what did you pick?
I picked the spore management plan for the same reasons Chris did. It seemed to match with some of our draft objectives in stability and conservation.
Okay. Tom. Okay. Cool. And then Scott.
I went with 30-20. So on the average, over the long haul, you're going to end up catching more fish.
Okay.
There could be like bad years, but when the good years roll around, they're going to be really great.
So did anyone read the fine print down here? The fine print says a person with the correct answer gets a free lunch. You all just had a free lunch, so you all got the correct answer. And what I'm trying to highlight here in this discussion is this is why we need to articulate our objectives without having, you know, if you're going to go play darts and you don't have a dartboard on the wall, how are you going to go through this process? So even if the objectives change, we raise and lower the dartboard, I'm fine with that, but at least we've got something on the wall that we can shoot for and make decisions around and about. So that was the lesson in this sort of exercise, and thank you for allowing me to entertain you. I hope that was entertaining. Next, what I want to do is jump into some tools for examining heaps and heaps of simulated output. And one of the major difficulties in management strategy evaluation is dealing with the permutations, as John Woodruff correctly pointed out, and the combinations, or we call this combinatorics, of the management procedures, the scenarios, and the different performance metrics we need to look at. How do we map out these trade-offs? You just saw two procedures, two scenarios that had two different things going on in those scenarios, so 4 scenarios in total. And that was a pretty confusing little exercise. Half of you picked one rule, half of you picked the other rule for different reasons. So it's really clear that we have tools that we can look at these multidimensional problems, and we're going to show you some of that. We're working on, and some of you have already found it and playing with it a little bit, we're working on an interactive website that allows the MSAB members, as well as anyone out there on the internet that's interested, to sit down, click different scenarios, change the size limits, do what they want, press play, and compare the spore procedure versus the 30-20 rule, or the 40-20 rule, or the conditional constant catch type procedures. And so what we've done is we've basically, what I've done is my little computer here runs all these scenarios, writes a little database, and then that sits on a server here in the IPHC, and then through a web browser you just interact with the results. The scenarios I just showed you, and the reason why we've built it this way is when Bruce and Ian and I first sat down with Sean Cox and Rob Crawlin to discuss about this MSAB and how we're going to do it, Sean bravely said, from an academic's perspective, and being an academic, I kind of agreed with him. He said, "Oh, make them put R on all their computers and make them run management strategy evaluation." I'm like, half of you got iPads in the room, half of you, left your computers in the car or whatever it is. And I thought it would be a daunting exercise to teach you how to use R in a 2-day workshop, especially because it took me 10 years to learn how to use it. So the scenarios you just saw, there's 4 scenarios there. We ran 100 realizations so we could get a statistical distribution or a biomass envelope. We have a total of what's on the web right now here, 7 management procedures. We're doing 36 assessments, so we're projecting out 35 years. We have to do 1 assessment to condition the model, and then every year we have to do another assessment. The average number of function evaluations this little computers have to do to estimate the model parameters in this simple model is 201. So the total number of function evaluations is over 20 million. And that's not even the number of calculations that leads up. It's just 20 million function evaluations. And with little computers today, on a Mac, this takes about 21 minutes. On a PC, it's not done yet. We'll let you know when that finishes. But it's roughly 21 minutes. You can break that down. If you have a new procedure, 7 divided by 21 is 3 minutes. So if you want to add something to this to explore, you send me an email. I program it in or turn it on, turn it off, rerun it. It takes 3 minutes. It's back up on the website again. It could get to the point where it's automated, but we're way away from that. Yeah. What the website looks like is right here, and there's an address on the board there, so you're welcome to log in and have a look at it. But we call it the Management Strategy Evaluation Explorer. These are the results that we just showed you through this exercise. What you can do is set the year in which you want to start the plots at, so 1964, and the terminal year goes out to 2020, I think is the longest it goes forward in time. You can click on the different scenarios or select the different scenarios, which gets shown here in the columns. And if you like to think of them the other way, you can put that in the rows. And then you can click on different management procedures like the 40-10 rule or the fixed harvest rate with the 15% change, which we call the Explorer rule, and plot all those things and show them over time. And that's kind of an interesting tool. There's another tool that was developed by a statistician in Norway that Google bought and is made available. So we can now explore basically 5 dimensions in a 2-dimensional plane. What you're looking at here is on an x-axis, a y-axis, the size of the circle and the color of the circle in time are the 5 dimensions you're dealing with. So you could compare the results of scenarios. In this case, we're looking at how does the biomass change over time under these 3 different management procedures. And clearly the fixed harvest rate with 15% results in a much higher biomass. Question?
Yeah, what does the diameter of the circle represent?
Great question. The diameter of the circle here, by the way, you can change all of these on the website, represents AAV, or average annual variation in the catch. So when you have a big circle, it means that the catch varies all over the place. When you have a small circle, it means it's pretty constant catch. And then you can also change the axis and compare depletion versus catch and all kinds of other variables. And you'll be able to play with this here when we're done. I'll do a quick demonstration after we have a quick break. One of the other things we want are those tables you saw, because when I asked it in that 2-minute drill, the first thing someone asked was, let me see the tables again. So there's a little tab you press up here where you can click on the tables. As you click on the different procedures, it will add different rows in there, and you can compare how well the catch performs, the depletion performs, and the variance in the catch. I think I have a version on here that actually tells you the number of years the fishery is closed versus not being closed. And I'm not sure if that's on the web version at all. So this tool, it just uses a web browser. You can use it on your iPad, your PC, your iPhone, an Android phone. I know it works on Android phones. The iPhone and the iPads, if you have one of those and you want to get it running on an iPad, you have to use a different browser. Come see me. I'll get you set up and working on that. But this is the, you can use this address or this web address right up here. This is a public website, so you can go back to Homer. Turn on your dial-up modem. And I think that's it. Any questions? Let's have a short break, and then we'll see if we can get everyone up on that website, and then I'll give you a little online demonstration. Thanks.
What's that? Oh.
I did okay.
Okay. This is what's on the left. Okay. All right. You're on the left. Thank you for this. Yes. Oh, well, everybody Here's the
So we need to move right along here because Steve's wife is in stages of birthing here.
I've seen it before.
Use any excuse.
Not too loud. You can play with that. I know it's not a compass and a chart, but it's pretty similar. All right. Has anybody not been able to load this up on a web browser of some sort? Anyways, if not, you can follow along. The idea was during the break, I just wanted to let you guys play with it and see what the things are. But I'm going to walk you through because everything I showed you in the presentation before that, I actually did on this website. And I just dragged the graphs right off the web browser and into my PowerPoint presentation, and that's it. So you too can be a management strategy evaluation scientist just by clicking buttons. You too. All right. When you first load the browser up, there's some default settings, and there's essentially, at this present time, by the way, I only built this thing 3 days ago, so it's not a whole lot of work that goes into it, so you can add and detract things quite easily. So if there's something you want to see, and I suggest, because everybody keeps talking about why 15%, you could put a box in here and allow you to change the 15% to 25% or something like that, and then run a bunch of different procedures and ask the modified SPOR rule. Okay. When you first load this up, all you get is a pretty much general web interface. There's a header bar up here. There's 3 tabs that shows you these worm plots. There's a thing called MSE Player. So if you're using this on a device like an iPad or an iPhone that doesn't support Flash, if you go to the App Store, there's a browser you can download called Puffin, which is a browser that supports Flash and will allow you to use the MSE Player. And then there's a tab that contains the tables. So this just allows you to navigate through the interface. The first thing your eyes usually get drawn to is what's up here in the top corner. So there's the start year and the terminal year. And when you're building these graphs, you don't necessarily want to have all the years, or when you're calculating summary statistics, you may just want to winnow in on a certain time period. So this thing has little numbers on it. You can back this up to 1964 or 2003, however you want. I'm just going to put 1964 in here so you can see the full version. And I guess it takes a while to update on the... Yeah, some of the PCs won't have the up-down buttons, but you should just be able to click in the box and change the year manually. Is the webinar working? Okay. Just not updating this for some reason. Yeah, for some reason my wireless, I wish I had a wire. Yeah, just 1 second. I need to get my dongle. Thanks. Jay heard me. Hi, Brad. I don't know what the wireless is. What's that? Apparently. Yeah. I just sorry, guys. Am I back on there? Looks like it. Okay. All right. I probably cooked my computer running all these simulations, and that's why the thing's not working. So when you first load this up, there's on the left-hand side of the web page, there's a little toolbar that allows you to change the parameters. So all I've done here is, by default, it starts up with the year 1980. I just put in there 1964. And what you should see is that the graph backs up all the way to 1964. That happens to be the start of this time series. The terminal year, you can extend that, I think, out to 2020. And then that'll project the simulations forward over 2020. So what we've tried to do with this interface is that we've tried to give you some controls when you're looking at the worm plots on exactly what you want to see. So up here is the scenarios. So what I've highlighted here is two scenarios, the deterministic, what we call no theft, and the PDO no theft. So if you click on these, it'll select just one of them, and then it'll redraw the graph, so you're only looking at one scenario. If you want to look at, say, all four scenarios side by side, you can hold down the Shift or the Control key and click on multiple scenarios, and then this will show all four of them side by side. Okay. You can even, we call these things facets, each one of these little graphs. Why, I don't know, they're just called facets. But you can select, now that you've got all four procedures, for example, you can select the alternative harvest or management procedures. So the last checkbox down here is this fixed harvest rate with the maximum 15% change in the TAC each year. We call that the scorer procedure. So if you check on that, what it'll do is it'll overlay the two procedures where the colors are transparent, so you can see the distributions of both procedures over each one of these things. If you don't want to overlay them, you can go up here and select the facet row and select management procedure. And what that does is it just lays the graphs out so you have one procedure on each graph. And I think you get the idea. So those are the biomass plots. In addition to the biomass, you can click up here under the variable you're interested in looking at and select, for example, the catch, and then overlay the actual catches. All right. And then if you add yet another procedure, so here's the famous Bruce Lehman conditional constant catch procedure. And now you can show how much better Chris 4 is than Bruce Lehman is. This is a man-on-man kind of stuff. All right. All right, everybody get the idea? So what this interface is really here for, two reasons. One, I've spent hours just clicking on this because I really don't believe some of the results I got. Like when I expected the spore procedure to be absolutely a bomb. Everything I've learned from Sean and Rob over the years says anytime you have something that restricts how quickly you can change, especially if the stock size goes down a lot faster, usually results in the stock collapsing. But the other lesson I didn't learn is it depends on the state you're presently at. So in the sablefish fishery where they did that, they were at a pretty low state to begin with. And so restricting how quickly they could go down, the stock could go down much faster. If you were to run this out a few more decades, I'm sure you'd see the spore procedure. It'll never close the fishery, but the catch would probably still get smaller and smaller and smaller until there's eventually nothing. Now, this limit of 15%, you could apply that to any one of these harvest control rules. We had a policy here called slow up, fast down that effectively did that. You would increase things slowly, but if the stock says it was going down fast, you go down there real fast. 50% down? Can't remember what it was. Yeah. All right. So those are the kinds of games you can play with. You can throw these on top of it. You can also look at other variables. I've got here the depletion level. This is kind of nice when you're, when you're comparing multiple procedures over a whole bunch of scenarios. When things start to scale differently, it's sometimes you're only interested in how depleted the resource is, so you can plot the depletion. Another thing that this fishery is interested in is the harvest rate, because we have a harvest rate policy. So you can look at how each of these procedures achieves the harvest rates. Okay. So the green procedure is the conditional constant catch procedure. It results in pretty extreme high harvest rates relative to the other procedures. And by the way, you could tune these procedures. It doesn't mean that the conditional constant catch procedure is a bad procedure. It means that we need to find the appropriate harvest rate to tune this procedure to actually achieve the objectives we're trying to get at. So it might be that rather than fishing at FMSY for the conditional constant catch, we might want to tune this down to, say, 90%, and we could still achieve that thing. So don't view this as tool as just something that explores policies. We can actually use it to tune our harvest policy here at the Halibut Commission. Once we have our real operating model up and running, we can simulate fake data, throw it at Ian. Ian can run it through his stock assessment and say, hey, guess what? My assessment says the same thing your data simulator says, so we can then proceed to go forward and tune our harvest policies. All right. Any questions on this interface? Peggy.
One of the options is a fixed escapement cap. What is that? What number did you choose on that?
Sure. What I've done in this particular procedure, I haven't explained them all, but a fixed escapement harvest control rule, if you're in the salmon industry, you know what this is. But basically, if this is catch and this is stock size, they usually have some target called the escapement in salmon. So there's essentially zero catch as long as the stock's below the size. And then once they hit their escapement target, then the fixed escapement is this 1-to-1 ratio where you basically take all the surplus fish after. Well, what I've done with a fixed escapement cap is I can also calculate what MSY is. Say it's this value. So I'll take the 1-to-1 harvest, but then if the catch exceeds MSY, then my harvest control rule bends over like that. So it looks similar to the 30-10 or the 40-20 rule. It's just this escapement target value happens to be VMSY, and or some number below BMSY, I can't remember what it was. But it gives you a sense that if you select that procedure and you unselect everything else, just select, say, the 30-20 and the fixed escapement cap, here's the problem with a fixed escapement policy. You close the fishery a lot, generally because the stock is always below whatever that escapement target is. And again, you can tune that escapement value so that you satisfy your goal, your objective of keeping the fishery open 9 times out of 10, I believe, were some of the numbers up there, or 7 times out of 10.
Steve, can you say that again? You said if it has a fixed escapement that you result in closing the fishery. What happens if that's a low enough escapement?
Yeah, if the escapement is 0, what this turns into is just harvest everything. And what you end up getting is what they have in the tuna fish fisheries, these sort of bionomic equilibrium type approaches. It's almost impossible to harvest everything. But if the escapement is, say, 10 and the unfished stock size is 100, you're basically saying take all of the surplus over 10%. So if next year, if there's 30 fish, your harvest is going to be 20 fish. And next year, if there's 11 fish, your harvest is going to be 1 fish. So fixed escapement means always maintain a minimum spawning stock biomass. Sound like objective 1, anyone? Right? Okay. Sure. So the fixed escapement cap, the fixed escapement, clearly what's needed on here is a tab that basically says documentation. So, and I can probably write more information on the management procedures so that when you go and explain this to your constituents, it's a little easier for them because they're not going to know what HRT is or CCC. Isn't that a CCR? That's a band. Yeah. The other thing, I'm going to go over to the tables tab next, but before I do, what I want to do is I want to winnow in on this transition period when we first start the management procedure evaluation. So I think the start year is 1987. 87. Let's see if we can crash this thing. It's remarkably robust. And I'm only interested in say 5 years out, so I'll go to 1993. So I'm going to take that period of what is that, 6 years of data when we first implement our new management procedures. Again, over these 4 different scenarios. And I'm looking at the harvest rate here. You can plot the biomass. It doesn't really matter. But those are what those 4 different procedures are going to do in the next 5 years. This is usually the most contentious issue in changing up the way we're doing business. So if you go to these tables, the tables tab, that'll refresh. And what this tables tab has here are 4 different tables. The first one is just looking at the average depletion that you would get over the 100 realizations that go into the stock. So remember, those confidence intervals you see are a result of doing 100 simulated trials. And on average, for example, under the 30-20 harvest control rule, if there's a deterministic stock recruitment relationship with no theft, you would catch 0.4 units in the next 5 years. Right? If you increase that, the terminal year to say 1995, you still get on average 0.4 tons per 5 years under that rule. Sorry, the depletion level, yep, thank you. You deplete the stock to 0.4. If there's missing catch that's unaccounted for, then you deplete the stock down to 0.3. If it's a PDO, you deplete the stock down to 0.52. And if there's a missing catch in a PDO, you deplete the stock to 0.39. And on average, using the 30-20 rule, naively integrating over all 4 of these scenarios, on average, we would expect the stock to be depleted to a level of 40%. Okay. So say you didn't believe this deterministic stock recruitment relationship and you're almost certain it's the PDO. But if you just unselect those 2 scenarios, you can now capture just the outputs from the PDO version. Right? So if you want to look at how this model would behave, knowing that the PDO model's right and the deterministic stuff is garbage, then you'd expect your depletion to go from 0.4 to 0.46. So I hope you get the sense that you can do lots of permutations and combinations with this. Now, I'm almost certain you're going to see in the real halibut stuff when we put together a PDO version. There's probably going to be a PDO version, but where the variance of the PDO, or how much recruitment variance, is somewhere between 0 and 0.6 or 8, some value like that. As you add, check on other management procedures, it's going to add another row to these tables. So the bottom row now is the fixed harvest rate procedure. And again, the depletion level here, integrated over all of the scenarios, results in a value of 0.51. The average catch, in comparison to the 30-20 rule versus the fixed escapement value, is significantly less. You only catch 179 units versus 230 plus. However, the variance in that catch is 11%. Ironically, the variance under a fixed escapement cap is 10% over this 5-year window. Okay. So again, if you change these years, you can look at different windows and how things change. Perhaps one of the more interesting things is to look at the percent of the time the fisheries close. Well, we're starting at such a good place, we actually don't close the fishery very often. And anywhere where you have a fixed harvest rate rule, you'll never close a fishery. But where you have a 30-20 rule or some sort of fixed escapement rule, there is some chance you're going to close the fishery. So here, there's less than a 1% chance in the next 5 years you're going to close either one of these fisheries. However, if you extend this out to, say, the year 2020, that number changes and gets slightly higher. It will get even worse for this one. So the fixed escapement one is 2 orders of magnitude higher than the 30-20 rule. I can't remember what's in the code. Percent of time the fishery is closed. So I think I did multiply it by 100. So what this means is in the 35 years I'm looking over, if you had 35 here, it would mean that 35 out of the 100 simulations was closed for 1 year or something like that. I don't know. I'll figure that out. John, questions?
John Woodruff. So Steve, I'm just trying to grasp this, like most everything today.
I'm
but
sorry.
do I get this right that this isn't reality here? This is just a tool we're
Yes.
looking at because from my perspective, I'm going to ask, well, can we put our own management procedure in there?
Yes.
So, but somehow you have to define what that is. That is,
Yes.
you have to say, well, whatever it is. And if you're looking 1980 to 2010,
Don't worry about the years.
we already have, yeah. So this
Yeah.
is just a simulation.
This is a
and I
simulation.
think, and the purpose is just to teach us that there are a whole bunch of things that kind of go in here, and you're going to trade some things off.
Yep.
And so the message is that when you come up with a management strategy, you have to be attuned to the fact that rule number 1 might be in significant conflict with rule number 2, or rule number 3, and then you somehow have to rectify all that.
Yeah.
Because reality is, I mean, going forward, you don't know what the PDO's effect is going to be.
That's right.
In 1980, one thing that happened is the foreigners were just kicked out of the 12 miles and beyond.
Yep.
So suddenly there was nothing out there. It was a wasteland, and then all of a sudden it came roaring back, and that had huge impact, I think, anyway. So those kinds of things you really can't build into. I mean, I guess if you see them coming, you can, but then you still have to figure out what the magnitude of that potential change is, and that's where this whole thing kind of gets really muddy.
Yeah. The general lesson here today is one, I wanted to give you a sort of textbook exercise to convey the trade-offs between these different performance measures that we've defined to evaluate the objectives that we're interested in. So that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is that I wanted you to walk away from here with this tool in your head, because I think this is really the way where I'll certainly sit down and use this thing personally to evaluate, you know, the alternative management procedures. In the process of being completely transparent, I want to make sure you're seeing the same results I'm seeing. 3 is a sort of selfish reason I have this up here, is to obtain feedback from you. Nobody else in the world does it this way. The way I've seen it done with the Pacific sablefish fishery was with Sean and Rob Cronlin. Absolutely bombed the first time they sat down and had a PSARC meeting. I couldn't even comprehend what they were doing, and I was one of the reviewers of the process. They've come a long way, and I've learned a lot and stolen many of their ideas. So this is really, I think, an interface that anyone can use on any platform. The platform they're currently using to evaluate their procedures, there's 2 people in the world who can use it, Rob and Sean. And then they basically go off and they've run training courses on this. I don't see it exploding, but I had an email correspondence with Rob Cronin last week and said, hey, I think this is what I'm going to do. What do you think about this? And he came back and he said, I'm stopping with Miser, I'm using this. So I took that as a very positive response from him. But what I really want is feedback from you guys. Is this thing, you know, given the time to sit down and play with it, you know, you could make it like a video game, almost like SimCity, where you get to design, you know, we throw random scenarios at you and you try and find the management procedure, almost like that game Lemonade Stand. You find the management procedure that's robust to all kinds of weather variations, and there will be a score on there. It's just a learning tool for you to go through the exercise of how would you respond if? How would you respond if? So these scenarios, you know, I made these up. The PDO and the deterministic model, that's something we think is real in the halibut. But the idea that there's a large amount of discards that we're not accounting for in our catch accounting system, how does that perform? So you may have other ideas. You know, what if we put the 200-mile limit back to 12 miles? What would happen? You know, that's something you could put in here and simulate a bunch of foreign fishing effort coming in. What if the trawl fishery was closed from the Bering Sea, period? You could put those things in there. What if growth continues to decline, or what if growth is a function of something else? Those are the scenarios you cook up. I'll try and program it, because that's what I do, and then we'll sit down and see what happens. And your role on this board is to try and help us, you know, figure out what are appropriate procedures. They don't just have to be harvest control rules. Bruce brought up a great point about the survey expansion. What if the halibut densities in shallower and deep waters are significantly less? Is that going to affect our abundance? We can simulate that as a scenario in here and ask those kinds of questions. So those are the lessons I hope you can take home from this. The real whiz-banger, I guess, just to see this stuff in action. And, oh, lovely. False C not found. I screwed up my code. Is looking at this particular tool. Sorry for all the, don't get nauseous on me. This particular tool is a great well-known statistician, Hans Rowling, who does, if you've ever seen TED Talks, I highly recommend watching a couple of his videos. They're incredibly entertaining. The idea here is to have, again, a graphic that allows you to look at 5 dimensions simultaneously. If you could draw a graph on a 5-dimensional piece of paper, it would be a very, very difficult thing to do. So what we have here is some software that is developed by Google where you can select multiple management procedures. So I'm just going to select them all. Okay. It's not necessary that you understand the details. And what you see here in different colors, again, we're starting in 1980. We're going to run out to 2015. Each color is going to represent a different one of these procedures. And on the y-axis, or sorry, on the x-axis, we have the depletion level of the stock starting in 1980. And then on the y-axis is the catch that we have in the fishery. Now, this data happens to end in 1970, so what you're going to see for the first 7 years here is the true catch. The size of the circle represents how variable the catch is each year. So if you have a big circle, it means the catch could be 0 or 1,000, or if you have a small circle, it means the catch could be 100 or 101. So it's basically the variance in the catch is scaling the size of the circle. When I press this play button, you're going to see, or if I hold my mouse over this thing, under the fixed harvest rate rule, the current depletion in 1980 is 40%, and you caught 91 units. Okay? And if I move this little slider over to 1982, that bubble moves, and the stock actually got a little bit bigger. It went to 45% depletion. If you don't like the words depletion, you can switch this over to biomass just by clicking on the axis. So I caught 216 units, and the biomass of the stock was 1,119 units. All right. So you can keep moving this slider and watch it change over time. I'm just going to press the play button here, and I'm going to play it really slowly, and you can watch these dots. And as we get into the management procedures now, what you see here is in blue the fixed escapement policy having a huge variance because you keep opening and closing the fishery all the time because the catch keeps falling below the escapement level. You've got Spore's procedure here that says, don't change the world, I like it the way it is. And you got little tiny variance, but the stock size stays pretty small, but you're actually getting pretty good catch relative to the other policies. Meanwhile, the 30-20 rule and the 40-10 rule is the stock size down to something much smaller. You're getting more variance in the catch. And over here, you have this here's Bruce's conditional constant catch policy. Here's Chris Spore's fixed harvest rate 15% policy. So by the end of it, you've got a larger stock, you've traded off some catch, whereas the other policies have beat the stock down to a smaller size, but you made more money in the end. So through this procedure, you can evaluate these things, or you can actually put little tails on them, or if you just highlight the bubbles, it'll tell you which is which, like so.
but you can actually put little tails on them, and we'll look at Bruce's policy, and we'll look at Chris's policy, and mano v. mano, we can watch them and see how they do. Chris, you might be the new director of the Halibut Commission by the time we're done. All right. So there you go. The blue dots here are the conditional constant catch policy. It's not doing much. That's the idea. We want the catch to be conditional, and if the stock size gets too small, then we'll start to ramp things down. Whereas this fixed harvest rate, the spore rule, the stock size varying, the catch is varying, but only by 15% per year. Okay, so if that was the suite of management procedures, which one would you choose? Paul. It's part of the reason. If you have an objective defined, it's pretty easy to figure out which rule you could meet, but that's not the sole reason not for making a choice, because you can go and tune these policies to meet your objectives. So if you're trying to minimize the variance in the catch, like the conditional constant catch rule is, we could still use Chris Spore's management procedure with a fixed harvest rate, but only allow the catch to vary by 2% each year rather than 15% each year. So you can tune each of these procedures, so keep that in mind. All right. Another way people like to see these things is not comparing one variable versus the other variable, but to do it over time. So if you just change the x-axis after the run's been done, it'll just move all the points for you. You can actually dynamically see what happens in this fishery. You get this kind of up and down thing going along in the spore procedure. What about the biomass? You can quickly change over and look at how the biomass changes. Now which policy would you pick? You can see that the fixed harvest rate, the conditional constant catch policy with that low variance, because the catch isn't allowed to vary that much, really can drive the stock down to a much lower level than having something that allows for a little more flexibility in the harvest rate calculation each year. So another take-home lesson from this, John, is that even if I stuck real halibut data in here, these patterns and these harvest control rules would be virtually the same. There may be some lags in them depending on how you condition the models, but the general differences you're going to see between a 30-20 rule and a 40-10 rule is going to be pretty similar, even if you were to apply this to the halibut data. Where this gets a lot more complicated, and this is why it's taking a lot longer to build this operating model for this particular stock, is we have this apportionment regulatory area problem that we have to solve along with migration. In addition to multiple fisheries fishing simultaneously, so that it makes the mathematics that much more difficult. We've largely solved a lot of the mathematics. We've built all the little puzzle pieces. It's just now putting the puzzle pieces together and getting these models tuned to the real historical data. And that will come depending on how good this little newborn baby is going to be. Questions, please.
One thing is about the scaling of the graph, like the y-axis there doesn't go to 0, so that looks like a huge change in biomass. But if that,
yeah, that's correct.
And it'd be nice if there, I don't know if it's possible to have an option to get rid of the automatic scaling. Or?
Yeah, I haven't played around with that too much, but it's something I can certainly look into.
And then I also wondered if you could add as a choice, like biomass compared to BMSY, or biomass compared to unfished biomass. Yep. Yeah, some kind of biomass ratios. Thanks.
Yeah, the stock assessments are really good at getting the relative abundance estimates, the trends in abundance. What they're horrible at is estimating the absolute values. Yeah. Bruce Gabbers.
Steve, yeah, I guess when I'm watching this thing, it makes things look simple. We can predict out to 2035 and no problem. So you're going to put this model in the untrained hands of the novice, and I guess I'm somewhat concerned that people are going to kind of get the wrong idea. This shows relationships, and correct me if I'm wrong, and if the assumptions on the model are correct, and there are no new assumptions, as John had mentioned, with something happening, and there are no unknowns, then that's the correct answer. But I'm reasonably confident that all of those aforementioned assumptions are not true, and I guess that's the reason why, Ian, last year we couldn't get you to predict the blue line modeling more than 1 year out. Is that correct? So I'm trying to figure out how I'd use this. I mean, other than the relationships, but I think what's really important for me on this, looking at it, is that we need to know how the watch is built to know what those assumptions are as we're using a live model to say, these are the characteristics we believe the fisheries possess, and then they may be right, or they may not be, with the benefit of hindsight. So I guess I'm just a little bit concerned that in the hands of the untrained novice, this could be a pretty well, could be just entertaining maybe.
It's not like an ATM machine where you're going to go in here and run this thing and say, oh, that's my quota this year.
Put our variables in there, like what quota do you want? You just put it in there first?
It's not in that sense. What it really is a tool for you to compare things that you can manage. The scenarios part of it, that is something that Ian and I have to take into consideration when we construct the decision tables each year. I could have easily put 3 different values of natural mortality down there. And there's a little button here that says integrate scenarios. I can turn that off. You just select one of these procedures. I'll pick the Sporer procedure just because, and then I'll show all 4 scenarios. Okay. So now what I have here is the colors represent the different hypotheses about the true state of nature. And I can run this, and then I can ask the question, how robust is the Sporer policy? And I can put the little tails on here so you can watch them all deviate from each other. Okay. So what you're seeing here as this thing runs is a slow internet. Mine was done a long time ago. There we go. Is under the PDO, for example, the orange and green values, the green one and the orange one, represent the 2 extremes of what could happen in this case. Whereas the deterministic model, the teal and the blue colors, I can't even believe I know the color teal. The teal and the blue colors are sort of enveloped inside that range. So it gives you an idea here of how different scenarios, or if you pick a harvest control rule, how those scenarios actually behave in response to that harvest control rule. You can then go do the same thing and take the conditional constant catch model. You can overlay them all, but I won't do that for the sake of burning your eyes. And again, what we're doing here is just comparing how each of the policies differ. Now here's a policy where, let the internet catch up, where you get much more violent extremes in the catch rate. If this PDO theft is constant hypothesis is correct. So are you willing to take that bet? Is essentially what is going on. So I agree with you. In the hands of an untrained user, this thing is dangerous. Like I said at the start of this, I've never done this before, and nor has anyone else. So we're really soliciting your feedback on here on trying to ask you questions. Is this a useful tool? Imagine here in the management procedure, I've just got harvest control rules there's other things we can control. What if I put a slider on there that said, change the size limit from 32 inches to 26 inches? Or change the GHL from one value to another value, and you run those procedures out. Or let's move from an apportionment scheme to a fixed allocation scheme based on historical catches in each area and run those scenarios out. So this interface is not just limited to what you're there. It's here as a template to give you guys an idea of what is possible, because at the end of the day, I have to explain the results to you. And there's two ways to do that. I can show you that. Or I can show you that. Here's the results of that scenario. And then I got, oh, by the way, I got 1,000 more tables to go through, and in your head I want you to memorize them. So I'm just trying to find tools that works for you and me to explore. So there's no way I could do this and integrate this much information. Peggy.
I don't want to sound like Donald Rumsfeld, but there are a lot of known unknowns. And I guess one thing I'm wondering, a couple things I'm wondering about is how things that we haven't talked about today are affecting the stock's health and size. And like ocean acidification, for instance, does that affect their food? Is that affecting their growth rate? Is that affecting all that? So I was wondering if there's anything in yours and Ian's and Bruce's thinking on this of information that you don't have that you might best find from the fleet or from the processors that are out there. Anything come to mind?
So my first question to you is ocean acidification and the impacts on food. Let's take that as an example. Which column would you put that in the decision matrix? You can't control it, okay? But it could be a disaster, and it could have negative consequences and impacts on the food resource. So we could simulate that as a scenario with just a time series of progressively increasing non-stationary increases in mortality rate on juvenile halibut. That's the best we could do. So then the question is, how are we going to respond to that? There's some great papers in the decision literature, decision theory and systems control theory that dealt with this. One of the best examples I read was how Shell Oil responded to the 1977 fuel oil crisis. And they went through a system that we're doing right here, right now. They're one of the first to ever do it, called scenario planning. And they came up with 4 extreme scenarios. And none of them happened, but something else did happen. And guess what? Shell survived that crisis. And what they really learned through that process is not what to do when X happens, but they learned how to respond whatever happens. And I guess that's what we're trying to do here is empower the industry to do this. Ian and I could certainly sit down, open up the textbooks and say, okay, guess what? The fisheries closed this year. Because the textbook said we want to, or the Magnuson-Stevens Act or whatever we're abided by says if the stock falls below 20%, we close the fishery. Well, there's going to be targets on our backs. I would probably have to shave my head as well.
Well, but honestly, if the best we could do on the ocean acidification is run these scenarios that would show, extreme examples, then we shouldn't do it.
You could
we're
certainly
dealing with a business that needs something more than just those sorts of exercises.
You could certainly invest in research, catch halibut, grow them in tanks under different pH conditions, look at their differences in growth rates, and say, okay, then you have to accept that that experiment you did in the tank extrapolates to the Pacific Ocean. And then, okay, we can measure the pH in the ocean. That's pretty easy. I think we probably already do it. And do we come up with a harvest control rule that has pH on that x-axis? Well, we know that pH impacts growth. And we've already got a harvest control rule that does take into consideration changes in size at age. Whether that change in size at age is due to competition with turbot or ocean acidification, what does it matter? Because we've built a rule that has the feedback system in it, and we have a survey that goes out there and estimates abundance, it's not something that we can manage, but we can design procedures. I'm selling dry ice to Eskimos now. We can design procedures that are robust to things, that kind of uncertainty. Bruce.
Just a comment on that, and it deals with that, Peggy, is that it may be in some instances like that we don't have any procedures that deal with that, but it might put us into like a different state. And I'll use the example of cave shellfish and how they're dealing with oyster mortality. With spat mortality is that maybe the message that comes out of that is like they had to put a bunch of pH sensors on the slope kind of thing, and that was not a management procedure in the same sense as this is, but they had to move to a different business model, different state for doing things. Or you move your spat fall to Hawaii where you can have it done something like that. So sometimes just going through these things can help you learn enough to put yourself in a different direction on how you want to manage the system.
Bruce.
Well, this is Bruce Gabris, 3A. But I guess the one thing you haven't talked about that I get some pretty great comfort on, you make your estimates in the model as you think the world exists, but then you always backcast and you say, okay, this is what we expected the harvest to be. What was it actually when you got to there? And if it doesn't match, retrospective error as an example, then you basically go back through and you say, well, what did we miss, or are we looking for something that's not in the model? So from that respect, it gives me quite a bit of comfort that your initial model is probably not going to be right regardless of how hard you try, but you're going to have to do that, and you look to match history. Your model predicts when history comes and matches up to your model, and you get there, then you see, is it a pretty good match? And until something else changes, then you're probably going to use that model until it stops working, if you will. So that's what I see in here, Steve.
I think that's exactly it, Bruce, is that what we're looking at here is a feedback process, so that there's two steps to it. You've got the evaluation tools, which is what we're using here, but you've got the background model and the procedures that are involved too, and the background model has to represent what you think reality is. And so if by going through this thing we learn that maybe our representation of reality is not so good, we have to change that model, you go through it again. So it's a feedback process.
That's why it's a process, not a product. I take your point too on hindcasting and what happened. And one of the aspects we do build into these tools, and it turns out to be an important factor, is what we call implementation error. We may set the TAC to be 26 million pounds, but after the fishery's all said and done, oops, we only caught 24 million pounds, or actually we went over and we caught 32 million pounds. Those implementation errors, Randall Peterman's done quite a bit of work, I know, on salmon management strategy evaluation frameworks. The implementation error actually dominates, especially in a system like that where you have a similar species, and if you open up the fishery and they catch too much, that dominates the dynamics in a lot of these models. Something like halibut, and we have a pretty decent catch accounting system in the directed fishery and most of the fisheries here. The implementation error is probably less worrisome, but nonetheless, it's something we do need to take into consideration. Any other questions on this, or any other feedback on this interface?
This is Jeff Kaufman from Area 4. I was just wondering, could we have this model capture the implications of the 3 or 4 million pounds of the sublegal size bycatch coming out of the Bering Sea, and look at what happens to recruitment and the overall biomass and future catches, that type of thing, if we're able to reduce that sublegal bycatch by, say, 25%? I think that would be a really important tool to have, and there's so much that sublegal bycatch coming out, and those fish are so small that you're taking out millions of animals, and you just have to wonder what the implications are coast-wide.
The two scenarios we have here in this demonstration, the theft and no theft, you get results that are very similar to that, except it's a different part of the population. That was partly why I chose that scenario, is that is a dominant unknown that we think we could probably do a better job at. But yeah, that's exactly the kind of feedback that this group needs to provide this office, so we can take those things into consideration. We may even have data for many of those questions that have yet to be analyzed or looked at. But yeah, that's a key feature. We have looked at that particular question. I know Steve Hara has.
And I think in the Bering Sea, too, those numbers that they have there, because the observer coverage on those large boats, I think is different than what you might find in the Gulf, and that we really know what's coming out of the Bering Sea, and we know how many millions of pounds of sublegals are coming out. And I don't know that there's much difference between taking them out as sublegals or taking them out as legal fish, and so they're categorized separately. And since we know what those numbers are, if we could, say, reduce that by 25%, what does it mean to all the rest of us all the way down to Canada or Washington?
Yeah, we did do actually a paper on that for the council when they were looking at Gulf of Alaska things as well as Bering Sea things. Probably the significant issue there is understanding where the impacts might be. We can model the effects, or we can estimate the effect on the stock actually probably quite well. But estimating the effects on an individual area basis is much more difficult because it implies some understanding of migration, Jeff, and that's where our understanding is deficient at this point.
But on that, the lack of understanding on the migration, or could that not be a scenario within a scenario? Okay.
That's absolutely correct, Chris. We can model that, but in a sense, it's like trying to model bycatch amounts, and at some point you come up against the situation saying, well, what is it? But from a management procedure perspective, we can design a procedure that may or may not be able to account for that magnitude of change.
Per. Yeah, hi, Per Odegaard. At the conference board last year, we brought up lowering the size limit to 30 inches. Can you work that into the scenario as well, what the possible outcomes could be? And 30 inches was a number we came up with at the conference board, and I think Canadians were pushing for that quite a bit.
Yeah, we can certainly implement those changes once we get the halibut model. I have other models. Actually looked at that, I believe, last year in the annual report. The equilibrium yields you would get. The big issue with that particular scenario, though, is that you don't know how the changes in growth are going to occur in the future. It may be a good thing to do. It may be a bad thing to do. If all of a sudden halibut turn the corner and start getting bigger again, the 30-inch size limit could be a bad thing relative to if they keep going down. But yeah, that's certainly within the realm of this.
I just want to sort of highlight what Steve said. We're a ways away from having the halibut model as the background operating model for this. This is an example of just using the generic procedures against a generic simulated population. So we have a ways to go on that. So I want to sort of condition your expectations on this, and this is what we're going to be talking about a bit tomorrow too. Is what's the timeline for some of these things? And it's taken Steve. He's made a lot of progress on things on some of the background operating models, but we're quite a ways away from making this what we would consider to be a realistic halibut population model. It's not a trivial task by any stretch.
Gary.
Yeah, Gary Robinson. Yeah, when you click on the arrow buttons on the axes there's quite a list of acronyms come up. Is it somewhere defined what all those mean?
I'll take that point and I will document. There'll probably be a fourth tab up here that says help.
Okay, good.
And then I'll basically document all of the acronyms in that little help tab. So
that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. I got that on my to-do list. Ian probably knows them all by heart. Okay. if there's no more questions on this interface, I'm done with this, and I can go attend to my wife if she needs me.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, I'd like to take a quick break. Sorry, Scott, did you have something?
Yeah, Scott Mazzoni. Just occurred to me that you know, a couple of years ago we had the whole widget thing thrown down our throats.
The whole what? Sorry.
We had the whole widget thing.
Widget, yes. Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious as to how this is going to be different from the widgets, as opposed to accuracy and something that we can actually use and put forward.
Any simulation exercise is only as good as what you're simulating, and the widgets. Some look better than others.
Right. So I'm guessing, is this a better tool to be using, an upgrade from the widgets that were used prior?
Well, the widget that we used when we were looking at the migration stuff was simply trying to mimic migration scenarios, or actually, well, I don't know what the exact equivalent is here, but it was actually saying, okay, make some assumptions about what the migration looks like, what the seeding of the recruits looks like, and this is what you end up with on the other side of it, given various kinds of harvest scenarios. So it wasn't intended to be anything more than that. It represents reality to the extent that your understanding of migration is correct. So, and this is no different than that. And I think I said this at our very first meeting, is that this kind of procedure is informative to the extent that you can mimic what you're trying to understand. Yeah.
Can you show more than one scenario on the MSC player? Like pick the procedure and then show the different scenarios?
Yeah. If there's right now what I have is just a button here. Am I still on the webinar? Yeah. A button here that says integrate scenarios. If you unclick that, it'll redraw the whole thing. And then you can, S1, S2, S3 correspond to scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. So you can just click on say S1 fix CC, S2 fix CC. There's so many scenarios. You can see how quickly the permutations get here. So I'll just highlight 3 of them, and you can watch how the 3 scenarios vary, or how the conditional constant catch and then how the other policies run around this. So all of the green bubbles are always the PDO with no theft, and all of the blue bubbles are always the deterministic with no theft, etc. So yeah, this player is intended to do that. It's supposed to allow you to look at every variable versus every other variable. I should also note too, I didn't note that there's a histogram feature too, so you can just look at a particular year, say 1999. I'm ordering this by the catch, so the PDO no theft always gives you the highest catch, but it's the fixed harvest rate policy that gives you the highest catch. And then if you look at some of the other scenarios, the fixed harvest rate policy doesn't give you the highest catch. So it's a really nice way to line these all things up. And then of course you can do them over time, but then it just gets messy.
Any other questions on that? Well, we still got Steve here. Okay, I'd like to take a quick break, and then when I come back, I'd like us to talk about trying to prioritize the objectives in here. So you've now got a feeling for some of the conflicts that are involved in some of these objectives, and I'd like this to have a good look at what our priorities are, what your priorities are going forward from here. So let's take a 10-minute break, please. sort of. Okay, we start up again, please. So now we're into somewhat, I think, a more difficult part of our agenda here, and I want to spend some time on this afternoon, is getting into prioritizing what some of our objectives are here. We have a series of draft working objectives, and these aren't sacrosanct by any stretch, and they're malleable in the sense that we have the opportunity to change them, and I think that's what this is about here. But what we also need to do is rank them according to priorities. What are the things that are most important to us as an industry, as a group of stakeholders? Where are we going with the management objectives here? And I think I want to kick this open for general discussion about where we're starting. We have both biological, fisheries, and other objectives involved here, and I think we need to try and get a set of priorities here so it can help us in terms of designing some of the tools we want to get for you and be able to put the things in front of you so that you can actually evaluate them correctly. So what I have on the screen is I just tacked up, and I hope everybody can see it. It's very small print. It's just all of the objectives that we had developed in the first meeting, and as we've rephrased some of them since that time. So I'd like to, I don't know if the best way is just to go around the table on this, or if somebody wants to volunteer for it, but I think it might be a good idea to just go around the table to make sure that we're censusing everybody's views on it. And I'll start this way, Peggy.
Peggy Parker with Hannah. One thing occurred to me, well, on the, I like the idea of keeping the first objective, and the first thing that's occurring to me is we're not quite ready to rewrite these objectives. So I know you're asking for just prioritization, and I really wanted to underscore this will be a very general prioritization.
I'm sorry, Peggy. If there are things that you think should be recast, I'm looking for that as well, because I'm not just looking to sort of, or we're not just looking to prioritize what's here. We might be looking at a different set of objectives. So if you've got thoughts on how they might be modified that's more coherent with what you think, then let's have that.
Well, I wish I did, but I don't quite yet. It's kind of underway in my head. I think one of the only things I can say right now is that number 8, maintaining the average catch at more than 70% of historical average 90% of the time is great wishful thinking, but I think maybe we should drop that one. And the reasons would be the biomass doesn't seem to be supporting that at all. So trying to get things to within reasonable ability to accomplish. And then just to keep this simple, I think we can, oops. I think we could combine the first 3. And again, I don't really know how to rewrite it, but just have a conservation as a first priority. and put a metric in there. I like the idea of holding on to individuals rather than pounds because of the size and age issue and just my inability to clearly understand what pounds mean when I think what we heard at the first meeting was that a small female isn't half as fecund as a large female, so I'm not sure that that just pounds would be a good metric. I think individuals may be better, but that's something that's not really formed in my head yet. So, and then all those biological objectives could be just narrowed down to one, which would be conservation. The 20% or the 30%, I think we can make things somewhat easy and find a minimum, or sorry, an average of that. So under the fishery objectives, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but I do agree with the earlier suggestion that we should put the bycatch under the biological. So when we recraft that conservation objective, we would include that if that's possible. And then under the fishery objectives, I do like the idea of creating an objective that would reflect stability. And it may be the infamous CRISPR option. But I'm not sure if that really addresses it. So I think for now that I'm not going to make any further comments on that until I get think a little bit more on it. So that's it, I think, for me.
Can I ask a question, Peggy? We're talking about combining the first three. One of the things that I think has come out in some of the discussion today was the idea of looking at the probabilities on those things and whether or not those are the appropriate probabilities. No, the probabilities of 0.99 and 0.95.
So are you suggesting that we lower those?
No, I'm not suggesting anything. I just want to know if you had any thoughts about them, whether or not they end this, because this is one of the things where we saw some tension between different objectives.
Yeah. I think we need to find a number that we can say is reasonable to expect within 99%. And so maybe that number is just under 10 million, which is what we have now. I don't feel one way or the other about whether we shoot for 99% or whether we shoot for 80%. It really is somewhat dependent on what that number is that we choose.
Okay. John.
So I think the first objective and the overriding objective has to be stock-based. Actually, I mean, we have to, from a maintenance of stock, we have to maintain. And I have to say I'm a qualitative guy, not a quantitative guy. So I'm not sure what the numbers are. I don't know. I don't know if it's 1 million females or 5 or million females or whatever. But somehow you have to maintain a spawning stock. I think that is the primary goal, and I believe that's what, in effect, the staff has been trotting us to do every year. I mean, that's where we've been going. You have to maintain the spawning stock. I don't think, I disagree with Peggy in that I don't think bycatch is an issue inside that, because it is in terms of how you account for it, but it's a removal like all other removals, and it needs to be handled, in my view, it needs to be handled that way. Not sure about, when you ask about probabilities, if you have a chance of pushing that stock down to some level where it will never recover, then you don't want to go there. So maybe it's 99.9%. I'm not sure what that number is, Bruce, but I just think that ultimately you have to protect the stock. That's what the I believe that's what the IPHC should do, is doing, and I think that's what the industry should do and is doing, in part anyway. And then as far as fishery, and I get the fact that there are trade-offs. I get the fact that these things are counterproductive. That is, if you get a couple different objectives that they don't interface with each other maybe particularly well. But I think the secondary objective relates to harvesting, and I think that if you can get to some kind of consistency, and maybe maybe it's not 15% from year to year. I mean, maybe the simulations show you that you're better off having some more significant variation, because if you're trading that 15% for the chance that you could drive something way down, or just the opposite, if you're allowing yourself to catch more but you're driving something way down. I think ultimately, though, if you can get some consistency in your harvest, that's certainly an objective. And I guess I too, with Peggy, we've had this discussion. We've seen what this Steve's new video game looks like, and maybe we want some time to just kind of think through. But I think those are the two things that I would say. Make sure you're maintaining the stock. I think everybody would agree with that, and then try to provide some consistency in how you're harvesting it.
Ryan Littleton, 2C. I agree with John. I think that the priority should be to maintain the mature female spawning biomass. And from the fisheries objectives, I also think it's important to take into consideration maintaining annual harvest. And I'm looking at these, and I think under the fishery objectives, that would kind of potentially do away with number 7 and 8, because they don't really take into consideration fluctuation in the exploitable biomass.
Well, on number 1 there, if we're going to talk numbers with a 99% probability, I can see that if you pick the number too high, it's going to really limit a harvest, TACs, and therefore quotas. So if Ian's right that there's 10 million, then I would want to see that. I mean, I don't really want to go below where we are now. So if you're going to pick 0.99 as a probability, I think your target should be, like Peggy said, 80% or even 75% of that 10 million. Just because I can see that operational model being very restrictive on catch if you choose that number too high. On these other objectives, potential objectives, I don't really have a problem with the 20%, 30% of the unfished biomass when it comes to female spawning stock. I think it served us well. I've always been told, and I believe that the recruits you get are much more dependent on the environment of the year of spawning. So I think maintaining 20% is justifiable. But I'm really interested in playing with that the numbers in those in that operational model, or the one you've developed so far, Steve. Yeah, that's all I really want to say for now. I'm kind of behind times, having missed that first meeting, so I haven't, thought enough about this. I'm looking forward to doing that.
Thanks.
Oops, sorry. Yes, thanks, Bruce. Jim Lane. Apart from, maybe a agreement that, one of the priorities are are conservation-based type of objectives, and there's, discussion around, people are still kind of looking, okay, what would they actually be? I don't know. To me, I'm not at the point where I can prioritize, even here, the sort of objectives we have. We talked earlier this morning about sort of fine-tuning some things and what they look like, and taking those ideas and playing around with them on Steve's sort of simulation games. But I'm not at a point where I can even sort of come around my head of what sort of priorities of objectives are, and sort of modifying some or adding or putting some more out. I'm at the point now that we have another tool to use that maybe we can that'll maybe sort of fine-tune some of the thought processes. That it would be good to have some time to sort of play around with that, and then sort of think about what these where your priorities may come out, or what other objectives you may want to put out there. So, like I said, as far as apart from some priorities for the conservation are certainly a priority that we need to work on, but I think some discussion about what parameters we're even going to put around there, I think, is still up in the air.
Yeah, just a comment on that is that the sort of tool here is allow you to look at, to a large extent, the power of your management procedure against a set of background scenarios. We're still a ways away from putting halibut in the background there and allowing you to look at this in everything. So, we wanted at this meeting to be able to show you the direction we're going and the kinds of tools we're trying to do, but also to get your feeling for how we might want to, if the elements of the operating model that are going to be necessary for you to sort of move farther on this as well. But I still did want to go around and try to get sort of the general feeling for what the priorities on objectives.
I like Peggy's idea here of grouping the first three together. We're definitely interested in protecting the spawning biomass for long-term sustainability. I'd like to have a little discussion about the probability numbers in each of the first three, and I think we can definitely use Steve's modeling to try to get a better understanding of, if we put 99% of a specific amount of halibut, what that's going to look like and how that's going to affect the catch numbers every year. I got clear direction from my constituents that we do not support the 15% or less every year. And for number for number 7 and 8, I have an issue looking at historical records and our historical catches and applying that to the future, because I feel that that's not going to be able to adequately help us deal with a drastic rise or fall of the population. I think we need to be a little more flexible with future environmental changes. Thank you.
Thanks. That was very helpful. Yeah.
To try and keep it simple, I think for me, I come up with two objectives. Biologically speaking, just to maintain, to keep above that threshold where the stock falls below a certain point. If you start to have a precipitous drop, that there's that point of no return, and how to define that I'm not so sure, but point number 2 and 3, maintaining a minimum stock biomass of 20 or 30%. I think that's obviously to just maintain the stock. That's very simple. I still like point number 4 when it comes to maintaining a fishing opportunity, whether it's each year. It doesn't have to be 95%. I would just like to see this quantified more. What are the risks of I would like as high a percentage chance as possible to not have a closure. And I'd like to know at what point, if you had a closure, is there a difference between 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years? So the very illustrative website that you did there, Stephen, where it shows us the trade-offs that you have to make. So if given the choice between closing for a year and giving up several million pounds of quota, it would be helpful to quantify those choices. But I think still I think there's some language that we can use. I would like to see the decision table, the percentage chances of keeping the fishery open as high a degree of probability as possible.
Thanks, Brad.
I guess I'm looking at this and hearing us as we go around the room, and we're all in a way saying what we said this morning, albeit maybe a little bit more informed. And I'm just wanting to try to move this forward, because I'm probably just going to repeat what I said this morning in a slightly different way if I say it. Would it be more useful to go as a group, objective by objective? I guess I'm not hearing a consensus position emerge, yet we somehow have to figure out how to move forward on these objectives. And for example, do we want to look at also trying to get out of here today or tomorrow with a simpler, not closing the door on some objectives, maybe we park a few objectives, or we say let's agree on 2 or 3, try to get some agreement on 2 or 3. I'm just trying to think to myself how to kind of move this forward, and I'll just start with me. I'm struggling between, and I'm going to leave it my comments to 1 and 2, but I could talk in great detail at length at nauseum on all of them. But I'm going to talk about 1 and 2 in that I'm struggling with having one or the other. For instance, I conceivably, could you not run into a situation where 1 in a way cancels out 2 and you actually hit a threshold for closing the fishery before B20? Theoretically, I mean, so what does 1 get us compared to 2? And that's what I don't understand. I would like to have a focused discussion on 1 versus 2, for example. And I think 2 and 3, and I promised I wouldn't go past 2, but I'm going to do it now. 2 and 3, I mean, those are the thresholds, the limit reference point we've got now. What is wrong with having those in there and running them through a few things and seeing, does the world blow up? Does it not blow up? Do we need to consider changing them? I mean, I think that in itself would be a huge starting point for the group. Also, I think it would allow us to deal with something that maybe is not that scary, and that it's the B20, B30 we're all familiar with, we all know it, we all love it, right? So that's just sort of my thoughts. I'll leave it there.
If I could just talk about that. I don't disagree with you at all about sort of doing some group think on this, but I was trying to, by going around the table here, I was trying to see if there's some of them that are going to be falling out here and everybody's thinking, or we can just sort of focus on the ones that are most important to people. Chris.
I was going to say pretty much the same thing as Chris, in that I didn't want to repeat myself from this morning. From what I hear so far around the table, it sounds like, in terms of prioritization, the first priority is some sort of conservation objective in terms of final depletion. Defining a final depletion threshold and avoiding it with some high certainty. Second would be something around, although there's not as much consensus, but something around maximizing yields and minimizing AAV. What those actual
thresholds would be are up for discussion. And whether or not those that second objective is actually split into two. So there's one objective about yield and one objective about catch variability. I don't know. But aside from those really broad prioritizations, I don't know that I can really add much more until we settle on more specific objectives we want to prioritize them. So, I mean, I guess I'm saying roughly objective 2, 3, and 6, which I think, or even the PHMA ones, are similar to the ones that were brought up. I think it would be beneficial to have 2 or 3 really high-level objectives first, similar to Paul's comments earlier about having some goals that would guide us before we get into the specifics.
Your turn, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I'm not sure that I really have anything further to add than what I said this morning. I'm kind of like what Jim talked about as well. I think, and so at this point, I have nothing further to add. Leave it at that.
I just asked a question. When you talked this morning about, and I think other people are saying this as well, Paul, is sort of high-level objectives. What's your first one then in terms of the?
Well, to me, is around the conservation objective. And I think that I reflect back on the sablefish example as well, which is really what they started with. And they had a couple ways of phrasing it, but I think we should start there. That would be my recommendation. Yeah. And much as Adam spoke about just now, I would say there's probably a growing consensus that there's some concerns obviously around what the impacts are on catch and the variability around that, but I don't hear a consensus about exactly how to do that at this point.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Shane.
Well, yeah, I'm still trying to digest the science. I would definitely echo a lot of the sentiments already spoken in terms of the conservation should be number one. I don't know why or if fishery objectives necessarily need to be separate, and I would venture that we could amalgamate a little bit, especially number 4, so that the maintenance of a directed fishing opportunity every year is kind of written into the first 1 or 2 or 3 or whichever combination of all of those. That would be my only two cents on that.
Okay.
Dan Hull, I agree with others around the table that the top 3, the first 3 would be my primary objectives, and I guess to begin with, I'm speaking generally now, my initial thoughts, and but the first 3 are the primary objectives. The fourth one, and I think this comment was made this morning, the fourth one is perhaps already achieved if we're achieving the second one. They seem to be duplicative, but I'm not certain about that. The 4th, 5th, and 6th I would consider keeping, but perhaps revising, refining to some extent as fishery objectives. The 7 and 8, I don't see how we could include these since they're out of context with what's currently happening in the environment and the status of the stock. So I really don't see right now, if we're going to look at perhaps dropping objectives, I would consider those 2. And the 9th one, I did comment on that earlier about redefining to incorporate discard mortalities generally. I don't think 5% is necessarily the appropriate number to use. And I did comment also about how we might assess discard mortalities and the effect on spawning biomass or conservation of stock.
Jeff Kaufman, and I must be sitting pretty close to Dan here because I think I'm getting his vibe, and I think in order to consolidate some of these 9 objectives into more overarching and to narrow them down to a fewer number. I think we could, as Peggy said, somehow combine objectives 1, 2, and 3 into one objective. And I think we could do the same with 4, 5, and 6, and the numbers may need to change, and we may need to change some language, but I think we can consolidate 4, 5, and 6 also. I would agree also that we could scratch 7 and 8, and 9 may need some modification, but I think that can be in a class of its own. So that would get us down, if we did something of that sort, to 3 objectives rather than 9.
Thanks.
Tom Marking. Yeah, my top priorities are 2 and 3, and 5 could be expanded a bit. And to modify 9, we take the 5% hard number, and that's I was the one I'm the one that suggested that, to modify that 5% and take that out, and just to model the bycatch mortality efforts on the TAC generally. I think 7 and 8 may not be realistic because they're too narrow of a point in time. 6 is a kind of a low priority for me. I think it's probably already covered under 2 and 3, and number 4, I think it's the same thing. That could be done under our risk table analysis, similar to what was done the last year.
So can I just ask a question, Tom? Sure. And number 4, if that's perceived as a broader for all sectors, you feel the same way on that?
Yeah, I didn't really address 4. I think it's. I just think if 2 and 3 are done properly, it'll be covered anyway.
Okay. Bruce.
Yeah, I'm Bruce Gabrus, 3A fisherman. I think what's basically I identified consolidating some of those earlier in discussion, but consistent with what some of the others have said. It looks like we're developing really 3 objectives, and the first one would be some combination of item 1, 2, and 3, which would be protection of the resource, sustainability of the resource, and then stability of the industry. And I think the term there is that Paul used was the economic prosperity was his term, but I think it's stability of the fishery in terms of economical for a lot of the industry, as well as if you're looking at the go back and look at the comments that are made for tribal as far as use of that for sport fishermen, subsistent. Everybody wants an opportunity on a consistent basis to be able to harvest some fish. So I think those 3 kind of fit together on 4, 5, and 6. I'm uncomfortable with 7 and 8 as any kind of an objective because that ties it to a historical average, and this is a biological system. That history may not necessarily be a good measure of what we can harvest before. So so that would take care of that. And the last one, the reduction in bycatch, I'm not sure how to word that. That may be a separate objective, and I'm not quite sure in my own mind how you would articulate or measure that or implement that. So for sure, you've got one that's if you some combination of the first 3 for protection of the resource, and then stability of the industry with 3, 4, 5, and 6. And like I said, we might have a third one there. I just don't have any suggestion how to word that for the bycatch issues.
Scott Meyer. Like everyone else, I would place the highest priority on the sustainability, the conservation objectives, 1, 2, and 3. I also was toying with the idea of thinking that maybe 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 can be merged somehow, like the gentleman was talking about merging a couple other objectives, like a catch objective with a conservation. But I think it's important to keep the catch objectives apart. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I also think it's important to replace the term directed fishery with directed fisheries so people clearly understand we're talking about subsistence, commercial, recreational. And I think that I like the idea when it comes to catch objectives of maintaining fishing opportunity for everybody, and so I think some kind of merging of 4 and 6, and I don't know what that would look like. And I also don't want to lose sight, though, of, and maybe they can come later, but specific catch objectives for various sectors or areas I think are still important. And while they may be contradictory, that's just what we were talking about, the trade-offs. I'm not a fan of 7, 8, or 9 as objectives. I think the bycatch thing is a scenario for modeling, definitely, to see the benefits of whether there's bycatch or not.
Can I ask a question, Scott? I'm glad you brought up the idea of specific catch objectives. So this would be things like average size of fish or something like that in recreational fisheries?
Or they might be, you know, like I had for the sport fishery there, those straw dog objectives I threw out there. I'm not saying that they should look like that, but maybe, I mean, the notion there is that you have a certain level of opportunity or a certain scenario or under. I don't know if the operating model can say what regulations will be in place, but I think each sector would like some guarantee of some certainty of what the landscape is going to look like.
Yeah, Per Odegaard. I think we're all pretty much in agreement on conservation, 1, 2, and 3, and how we word them. You know, tweak the words. It doesn't really matter too much as long as we got the gist of that. On number 4, on the fishing objective, I really like it, but I think we could simply change the wording slightly and say maintain directed fishing opportunity each year for all user groups. And this, we cannot afford to close a directed fishery for a single year. I agree with that. I mean, this is, we've had a directed commercial fishery for 125 years now, or 127 possibly, is it? And if we have no fishery during our watch, I mean, that's a failure, total failure. I think one way of maintaining this, I like number 6. I like the idea of having a number. And that's a number people learn to live with. And you realize it's not going to go that far up or that far down. And you learn to live with this, you know you have that opportunity. And even if things are good, you know, once this is in the bylaws, so to speak, you'll tend to accept that. So that's why I like the idea of a fixed number. Thank you. That's it. Oh, and as far as bycatch, the last one, I think we really have to do everything we can, whatever power that the Halibut Commission has to limit bycatch and wastage, you know, by everyone.
So what I am interested in, I was trying to get at a little bit with Scott here, is that are there some specific things that we want to make sure that we're achieving for a particular sector? And I'm drawn to one of the experiences that's happening with the sablefish MSE right now in Canada. Is they got to a point where got to the point where in the MSE in Canada they were going to be recommending a large decrease in the catch limit, and what came forward was an objective that was unstated all up until that time, which is that we don't want the TAC to go below 2,000 tons, and that came out as they were in the process of trying to implement the automatic procedure that they had developed for this thing this year. So I think that's the kind of thing that that we should be aware of? Are there some ones that we're not considering right now that's actually in the back of your mind and you're thinking, I don't want to ever go in that position? And Brad, you talked about never having a closure of the fishery, but is there a level that is almost as bad as closing the fishery? That's the kind of thing I'm looking for here.
I just have one comment on 7 and 8, and I think it just needs a simple addition of a word, and that is to maintain the median catch rate, or CPUE. I think nobody wants to go out there and fish at where the catch rates are so low that they're losing money. It costs more in fuel and bait than that you get in return. So there must be some minimum catch rate. I know this was a big issue for the sablefish industry. They clearly stated we can't let our catch rates fall to what they were in 2000 ever again because we just couldn't make money. And I think the problem I have with 7 and 8 is there is no feedback control in those two suggested objectives when you try and implement them as a management procedure. If you're just taking out a fixed catch each year and something goes wrong, then that's where you get into a lot of trouble, which reminds me, don't forget to watch your YouTube video for homework tonight.
I guess regarding the CPUE, if we were to put that in there, I think it's probably okay if you leave in 93 to 2012 or some time period, because certainly the CPUE in each area is going to could be far different. So the CPUE in Area 3A, for instance, is much different than you might see in 4C, where there are very low densities and the fish are just coming. They don't live there. They come out the edge and they just migrate past. And then I think the broader 4D area, the mud flats there's very low densities there. So the CPUE in our area may look far different than one in a more eastern area.
Well, thinking about that suggestion, Steve, Scott Meyer, well, the first thing that occurred to me is you're talking about commercial CPUE, and you're probably talking about WPUE, because you're really talking about economics of being able to keep going in the fishery. So you're talking about, price paid per catch. And that made me wonder if maybe there isn't a way to structure an objective, an economic objective with regard to that, because price also varies by year, and it's really like a price paid per catch or some, just trying to think of another way to look at it that's more gets to the root of it being an economic issue.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, we haven't had any economic goals here. I just make a comment on 7 and 7 in particular is trying to maintain something within plus or minus 10%. Essentially constrains us if the stock starts increasing and the WP starts increasing. What's our control measure there? Is to actually decrease the catch? How would one do that? Change the effort pattern? To me, that one is perhaps not a very realistic kind of a goal for us. Anyway.
Yeah, Bruce Gabris. As far as tying to historically, even if you use CPUE, I mean, everyone's CPUE is different. I'm not so sure that's really the job of the commission. I mean, what do you do? If it goes below a certain level, you say, Bruce, you can't fish because you're not going to make any money? I mean, I don't think that's the commission's job. I think the gist of what I'm hearing from different user groups and around this table is that whatever fish is available once we've taken care of the biology needs of it is to give some opportunity. Then I'll make a decision whether I want to fish in an area that has low sea, and if I have a probability of having a low catch or whatever, I'll make that decision. I'll combine with somebody else. I'll change my operation. I'll sell out. I'll do something. So I wouldn't advocate we just drop 7 and 8 without modifying it to be tied to any kind of CPUE. The second point would be that I think the allocation of who harvests whatever fish is available is perhaps not the job of the IPHC. You know, if the Canadians or the U.S. want to allocate their fish differently, whether they want to go to ceremonial reasons, sport, commercial, whatever, I'm not so sure that's really the job of this body. Well, and if that's the case, then we shouldn't be necessarily too worried. We as you know, giving advice or whatever to the IPHC and to the commissioners, we should say these are things that would enhance the ability of the industry, if you will, which includes charters, sport, ceremonial, commercials, everybody, to be able to utilize whatever fish is available. So I would disagree with trying to say that we should, you know, try to do any kind of an allocation issue, because I believe that's within the purview of each of the countries to do that. So we just need to determine what that is, and then let the countries decide how they want to allocate it. And on the U.S. side, of course, you know, right now there's a big issue with what should charter, you know, for paid charter operators have as an allocation relative to commercial. And the individual unguided sport angler is totally out of that food fight. They get 2 fish, and that's fine. But that's a U.S. decision that's in the process right now, and so I don't think that's necessarily something that this body needs to get too concerned about. And so I think that's what really the 2 main objectives we have is just trying to, how do you stabilize industry and how do you protect the resource? And I guess that's where I'll leave it at that. We got at least 2, I think, is the consensus here.
Well, actually, John, you had a timeline too you were concerned about, right?
Well, I guess when I start to hear the discussion about economics, I guess I think I anyway would want to think about that hard. I think you're getting into a slippery slope. I agree with Bruce. What the objectives ought to be is to do the best job we can in terms of providing the resource and then providing the opportunity. And then if people decide not to go fishing for some reason, if the price, not saying it will, but I mean, if the price were to drop to some level where it didn't make sense, or fuel prices went up 100 times and it didn't make sense for guys to go, it wouldn't matter what the quota was, it wouldn't go. And I think that's a decision that individual harvesters need to make, be they subsistence harvesters or sports harvesters, or I'd want to think hard about, you know, an economic objective in terms of providing some kind of economic return or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, Christopher, I just wanted to talk in terms of what we'll call the economic objective or industry objective or stakeholder objectives. I mean, I think unless we somehow say what we want, like, okay, we want the stock not to fall below a minimum level, we want this, we want that, we don't want the fishery to close, but that's all we want? Okay, tell you what, we're going to take a directed fishery of 100,000 pounds in each area. We will meet all our objectives as we're stating them. Is that what we truly want? We'll have stability. We won't go up more than 50% each year. We'll meet all the objectives. I'm just saying, and I think that's what you were trying to get at, Steve. Like, we have to talk a little bit about, like, what do we want? Do we want, are we happy with 100,000 pounds in each area, directed fishery? I mean, this is why we do have to put some economic objectives on the table, and they don't have to be, you know, 70% of the historical 93 to 2012. They don't have to be anything like that. We do have to give some thought to what we would like to see. We're not going to get it right. I mean, we don't have to worry about getting it perfect. We just have to think about what are the things that are important. Some of it is we always want there to be a directed fishery. Okay, well, what does that mean? What does that mean if we want to maintain number 4? I understand what we're trying to get at there, but we're maintaining a directed fishery opportunity. Is that 10 million pounds coastwide? Is it 50 million pounds coastwide? Is it 100 pounds coastwide? Like, we have to somehow bound it by this, or it's going to be pretty easy to meet the objectives if they're strictly biological.
Well, it hasn't been that easy.
Well, to answer that question, if you read objective number 5, and some are saying we should drop that out, but I think that's part of the sustainability. There needs to be an understanding that the job of these biologists in this body is to try to maximize the availability of the resource. And that's what number 5 says, maximize yield in each regulatory area each year without exceeding the target harvest rate, 50% of the time. Maybe that second half needs some tweaking or modification. But I think there needs to be an understanding that the job of these guys is to help do the biology, and the commissioners make the decision that we want to be able to harvest the maximum amount of fish that's reasonably available. And there are some biologists that says the easiest fishery to manage is one that's closed. We get that comment in Alaska. So in that particular case, you could just close the fishery and you don't have any of these problems, but that wouldn't meet anybody's objective. So that's why I think number 5 is important to keep in there, that there's an understanding that we want to make consistent with the biological needs of the fishery. We want to be able to provide a maybe not the most, the highest level, but somehow maximizing the available fish that will be allocated to the 2 countries so that you can turn around, reallocate it to their user groups in an efficient manner of some type. But I have, those to me aren't necessarily economic goals. It's a philosophical goal. So make those fish available and let those countries decide what they wish to do with them.
Well, I'm going to agree with Bruce again, and I'm not the wordsmith, so I mean I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think we just need to provide the opportunity. And when you say what do we want, I mean, for me it's clear. You want to make sure you maintain the resource. You want to make sure you always have it there, and then after that you want to provide every possible opportunity to harvest the excess fish. And if it's 100,000 pounds for the whole year, so be it. If it's 100 million pounds for the whole year, so be it. And yes, there might be some, I mean, beyond that, there might be some consistency if you can build that in, and so your markets don't go wild. But I just think I agree with you, Bruce, that you want to make sure you maintain. When you ask what you want, I mean, we want the resource there forever, and we want to harvest as much as we possibly can.
Why do you want the resource there forever?
Because I think that's our responsibility, I guess.
Okay, well then let's all stop fishing. The resource will be there forever.
Well, I think that we've proven that the resource is there and we've still been fishing. I mean, so
exactly, but don't we want some objectives around what we want out of our fishery? I mean, technically, if we said, look, let's hypothetically, we said we want to be able to take 10 million pounds, I'm just as throwing a number out there, every year from now till the end of time, we are implicitly saying we want to have a sustainable resource till the end of time. You can't have one without the other. I mean, I think that the two are interrelated. As soon as you say you want to have these opportunities forever, you're saying you have to have a sustainable resource forever.
But Chris, if you're saying you want 10 million pounds, you could, and the game proves it. I mean, you could get to a point where you don't have 10 million pounds, and so.
But again, this is just in the model. We're not saying actually do it. We would say, you know what, okay, 10 million pounds doesn't cut it. We just ran a whole bunch of scenarios. Maybe it's 8 million pounds, maybe it's 6 million pounds, maybe it's 2 million pounds. But at least it's trying to capture from us what are the things that are important for us as stakeholders in different stakeholder groups. I mean, what we're being asked here today is the scientists, yes, they're going to go away and manage it, but they're looking to us to say, look, okay, we can make these trade-offs, we can do this. What's important to you guys as we try and develop these things?
I got a speaking order here. Okay, so we're going with Gary and then Chris and Chris and then Jim and then Paul. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gary Robinson. Regarding Objective 6, limiting annual changes in TAC, the so-called sporer effect in the simulations, that 15% is not, I mean, that was just thrown out there at a meeting, but that's not fixed in stone, and we may want to put in our simulations the chance to put 20% or say limit increases in TAC to 15%, but decreases to another number, say 20%. And I'd like to see that in the simulations, that we can adjust that to see what different numbers would produce. but I think there might be some benefit in looking at an objective like that, but possibly with different numbers.
I'd just like to ask Steve to iterate one thing you said earlier on this.
Sure. I'm actually smiling so hugely on the inside right now because this is exactly what I was hoping would happen. I want to reiterate something I said in the first presentation this morning, that the objectives have to have some sort of state, so some sort of variable we want to measure, whether it's catch, biomass, CPE, depletion. The other key point is the duration. When do we want to achieve this objective? This year, every year, 10 years from now? You need to put some sort of timeline on that objective. And then third is the probability statement, or how badly do you want this objective? My daughter wants a My Little Pony really, really bad. So the part that you're missing, and Gary's hammer is just sitting right on top of the nail right now, and if he takes a good enough swing, he's going to hit it, is that any of these procedures you pick, you can tune them to kind of achieve the balance, the trade-off between these objectives. So Gary suggested, well, maybe it's not 15%, maybe it's 12%, or maybe it's 20%. And that's the point. The point is that you can keep your 30-20 rule. You might want to adjust the fishing mortality rate you fish at down such that you're only allowing the quota to change on average by 15 or 20% per year, and it satisfies all the other objectives. So there is a tuning process in place, and in part when the objectives are stated and written down for the first time by our adjustment rate, we can...
Our web events made easy.
Thanks. Let me put this. So I think it's maybe just reiterating what some other people said, but I think like what Chris said, maybe the term economic objective maybe is throwing people off, but I think you still need to say, okay, well, we have some basic conservation objectives, and we'll just go with what we have now, the 2030. Well, then that's the kind of the first layer, as Paul said, these sort of larger, overarching or higher priority ones. Then you need an overall, harvest objective. What do we want? Do we want to just be fishing? We want to be fishing at the 30% level all the time, wherever that 30 gives us. Do we want to be there most of the time, or do we want to be, above that most of the time over a period, over 5 times out of 10 years or whatever? Where do we want that differential between the bottom when we really have to start cutting back to where?
Welcome to GoToWebinar, web events made easy.
I don't buy that. So I think that is difficult, Paul. The idea of, and this is a question to the group. I mean, it's an interesting point, Paul, that we're, and this is your perspective, of course, being a commissioner, is that, what are the contracting parties looking for out of this process? I don't think those are mutually exclusive with individual sectors or user groups' goals in the process here. I mean, I think that's up to you guys to harmonize, perhaps within the contracting parties. But I don't think those are necessarily mutually exclusive.
Thank you, Bruce. Peggy Parker with Hannah. I was trying to get at what Chris is saying, and I was also listening to what Jim was saying, and I honestly think that I'll try not to speak for the quota holders or for the processors, but I'm going to, that what we really want is a sustainable fishery. So if we get down to those numbers where Jim was talking about, where we'd really have to look at, okay, well, how much will allow us to have business this year, we will have a business if there's one fish out there. So what drives it is the biology. It's not the decisions the economic decisions really differ from individual to individual, sector to sector, all of that. So I'm hoping that I stop the circular argument with this, that it really is the biology that will drive what it is that we want and can do once we make sure that we're going to protect the stock.
I think going along with what Chris said and, and Dr. Martell said, I think maybe they're onto something, and I'm wondering if we need an objective maybe that sets a goal within each regulatory area for a certain weight per unit effort, that we have a target weight per unit effort that we're looking for in each regulatory area, and maybe even an average size of fish in that survey. So I guess we'd be looking for a survey weight per unit effort that we're targeting. We don't want to fall below that. We'd like it to be above this. The average weight of fish coming out of that particular area is whatever pounds we set that threshold at, and that we'd like to achieve it by a certain amount of time. And so I think where we're here is we're trying to decide what do we want this fishery to look like, and how are we going to get there. And I think if we use weight per unit effort, and I think again it would be different in each regulatory area, but if we set a goal to have a certain weight per unit effort in the survey and a certain size of fish and a timeline to get there, maybe that's something along the lines of where this group is trying to go.
Tom Marking. I kind of have to differ a little bit in the sense that I don't really think 6, 7, or 8 are necessary. But when you start trying to define economic conditions, that's going to be different for every single boat. Depends on what your costs are, whether you have boat expenses, you know, how far you have to go to prosecute your fisheries, what the regulatory environment is, observer costs, all those other things that are coming into play that are completely out of the control of the commission. So, you know, I just think, you know, number 5 captures it to be good enough to me to maximize the yield in each regulatory area each year without exceeding, you know, the target harvest rate. And that's why I kind of left 4 out. I spoke against 6, 7, and 8. I think they get too specific, and they're trying to control conditions that you don't have any control over. And I think they can be handled other ways.
I guess I just wanted to ask Peggy a question. We talked, okay, we want a sustainable fishery. Okay, I hear that all the time. What do we mean by that? When you say you want a sustainable fishery, let's develop that. We hear that a lot in here, so let's talk about that. What do we say we want a sustainable fishery? I mean, I think people would agree with that. What are we talking about there?
At the risk of sounding like it's two rabbis talking to each other, I'll ask you a question back to answer your question. How would you see it differing from a biologically sustainable fishery?
Okay, biologically sustainable, no fishing. Fisheries not. We've got a biologically sustainable resource there.
But
that doesn't meet the objectives.
But we won't over time.
If you stop fishing?
Oh, I thought you said go fishing.
No, zero fishing. Biologically sustainable. TAC of 0. I'm just saying that if that's what our objective is just to have a whole bunch of fish in the water, if that's the only thing we're going to come out of here with, that's how you can achieve it. So I guess my question is, when we say we want a sustainable fishery, is there some kind of, you know, for example, is there a magical poundage in terms of what we'd like to see the market? I mean, let's maybe start this way. Is there something some poundage in the marketplace where if we went below it, you know, we'd lose a place in a market and it would be hard to get it back?
There is, but I don't know what that level is.
Okay, is it well, I mean, maybe we don't want to get into this. John, why don't you go?
I think for those of us who are familiar with the state of Alaska's policies for fisheries management and harvest, and also the federal system, it's implicit in developing a management plan that the resources will be harvested to optimum sustainable yield or maximum sustainable yield for the benefit of the people. I mean, that's implicit in how our fisheries resources are managed, and so I think that's part of the reason why, Chris, perhaps you're not hearing specific targets from members of the U.S. side. But if we were to consider some way to describe not economic goals but maintaining the maximum harvest possible, it would be something similar to along the lines of how we have it described in our Alaska or federal system. And maybe that gets back to Paul's comments that it's it's the purview of the different countries to make those decisions. I'm not sure, but we could say manage to optimum sustainable yield for the benefit of all harvesters, or maintain maximum harvest rates in each regulatory area consistent with conservation objectives, or something like that. But I think that's as far as, right now, as far as I would describe it.
If I can go back to the existing harvest policy and what the convention specifies. The convention specifies optimum yield as the goal of the commission. Our procedure to do that is to define that via not getting to B30 at least 80% of the time, and that's again is a malleable goal. But the actual convention mandate is optimum yield from the fishery.
So does that beg the question for me then? Do we need to define anything more than that?
From the question of do we need to find something more, it's a question, do we have the authority to define anything different than that? I think what we're looking at is the suite of tools that we use to achieve that. I don't think we're going to be looking at redefining what the convention says the goal of the fishery is.
Well, I'm listening to what Chris is saying when he asked these hypothetical questions about what's sustainability, and I also hear the comments from Bruce and John, and I guess what I hear, to me, just because you have an objective for conservation doesn't mean you can't have an objective for the fishery. Just because you want sustainability, I mean, you guys said, well, the goal is to maximize the yield while still keeping sustainability. Well, that's one type of fishery goal, to maximize yield. That means you want to take everything beyond what it takes to keep the spawning biomass at a particular level. But maybe it's smarter not to take all of that. Maybe it's smarter to take 80% of that. Maybe it's smarter to take 50% of that, because you'll bank fish for the times when the recruitment is low. So that's why I think Chris is onto it, that you have to be specific about what the objective is.
Chris, I'll answer your question. I mean, the Washington tribes have specific economic objectives. Because we have such a big catch-sharing plan down in 2A with Washington, California, Oregon, and the tribes, we feel that we need at least 1 million pounds of TAC each year to have an economically feasible fishery. The reason why the tribes don't agree with the only 15% one way or the other is because if there's extra exploitable fish each year, we want to be able to harvest as much as we can while maintaining, you know, an adequate spawning stock without jeopardizing the biological. So that's our yeah. So that's our environment. That's our economic objective, and we'd like to, you know, see the percentage, perhaps on the chart that you prepare every time. You know, what's the percentage of us actually getting to that 1 million TAC mark each year? Is next year, based on the survey, are we only going to get 50% possibility of getting there? And if so, why is that, and what can we do in the future to eventually guarantee, you know, almost a 99, 100% guarantee that we're going to make that 1 million pound allocated TAC each year? So that would be our economic objective.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd just expand upon my comments why I didn't think it was needed for an explicit economic objective. And I think when the treaty was drafted and it was left at an optimum yield type of wording, I thought, so why did they do that? And to me it seems along the lines
1979.
Yeah. So they did that back in 79, and I think they did that because to make a choice around maximizing economic yield rather than optimum yield is quite a different outcome, I would argue, and people are in each Canada and the U.S. make choices on how those fish are harvested. And there's legal requirements in addition to just thinking about economic ones. And so I think if one was to focus on just the economic, we would be looking at different fishery arrangements, and there's different reasons for why those choices are made. So to me, U.S. will make some choices on how they would like to see the fish harvested, and similarly Canada will as well. And so to me, I don't think it would be helpful for this group to come up with an explicit economic objective.
Thanks. Just for background, OY came into this as a result of extended jurisdiction in both countries, and because the U.S. Magnuson Act at that time had defined their management goals as OY, that's why it was renegotiated into the treaty, into the convention between the two countries. But I think there's a lot of discussion here going around the economic objectives, but I think Scott brings forward something there that's a very germane point to them, and the point I was raising earlier about the sablefish MSC process is that they had something that reflected an economic goal to them, which was a minimum catch level of 2,000 tons. So I think it is useful for us to bring some of these things out. Do you have a follow-up you wanted on that, Paul?
Yeah, well, I think the example that Scott gave, is useful to hear and think about how that impacts around the choices. And so to me, that is a different way of phrasing an economic objective. But if we were to be explicit and say, we wanted to maximize the economic value, because that's not what I'm hearing from Scott. I'm hearing that there's a need for a certain amount of harvestability that's going to make sense to go out and harvest. And to me, that is still an objective that's valid, but it's not explicitly solely economic.
Well, I just got two comments on that. For Bruce's model, he'd really like to have 250,000 pounds a quota a year. I'm a long liner, and that just would work out really well for me at between $5 to $6 a pound. That would mean I'd give up my other wintertime job. Probably not going to happen unless I got a lot of money to do that. So that's why I don't think you can really put, okay, what's the economic optimum, whether it's for Bruce or for a processor, a charter boat operator, or a native tribe that has ceremonial needs for fish. So I don't think you can even begin to quantify what that would mean. But if you do, mine's 250,000, because I think that's about 1% of the TAC, which is limited. But the other part of this, that when we're talking about, we probably don't have the latitude to say we want to do something different than what the treaty mandates about optimum yield. But when I look at that, when we're talking about a 15% or whether it's 12% or 20% change, it really revolves around how do you reduce risk as we prosecute this fishery? Because if you're thinking we want to try to optimize and take every last fish we can, we're really banking that these guys got a really good handle on it and they're right. But if we take something below that level, and that's kind of what the 15% or 20% would be, it's a way of relieving some of the risk that you're going to over-harvest, which is going to mean future cuts. And what the trade-off for that is, if you don't run way up to the maximum, whatever that is determined by, then you've got a little bit of a cushion there if you have some correction where you're not going to take the big cut on the other end. So I think that is a viable issue to discuss about if the user groups generally feel stability is important, you're going to have to give up some of that push to the maximum harvest level so that you don't have the corresponding rebound if for whatever reasons, modeling-wise or biological-wise, you have to take a cut. Because that's exactly what Steve's model said. If you want to harvest at the highest rate, you're going to have big fluctuations as you bounce from maximum harvest to even potential closures. And I don't see how closures fits anybody's business model or personal use model. So that's the context, what I see, why you would want to limit the rise. And I personally like the concept that the commission used before, where it was the commission was going to do slow up for precautionary reasons because there was abundance there, and then fast down to protect the biology. And that's how I would see doing something less than what the maximum biological modeling says you could take, because it tempers you for those fluctuations. And it seems like stability is something that everyone was supportive of, regardless if you're a subsistence user or personal use. It even came to the point, under no circumstances do you want to see the fishery closed for a year. The higher you push the top, the higher the probability you're going to have a full closure. And I still believe that it's really up to the different countries what they want to do with whatever that fish is that the IPHC comes up with and the allocation set. If you want to use it all, if there's only 1 million pounds and you want to use 100% of that for ceremonial purposes, that's a decision of that either that area and or that commissioners in the country to make that decision. So that's how I view that this optimum level. If we back off from that, the benefits we're getting is more stability and less risk that we're making an error either biologically or modeling.
Thanks, Bruce. I think there's an interesting thread coming out of this whole issue of economics, and that is that the yield is essentially the proxy for economics that we're dealing with here. And to get more specific on the economics of a yield is probably not worth the effort of going in that direction, because one, our ability to actually provide a valuation for that economic value, and that, in fact, as Tom was pointing out, that it's very user-specific on these things. So I'm getting the sense out of this group that really when we're talking about defining the yield level that's available, the economics will flow from that process, and what we should be looking at is the sustainability of the yield on its own right. But that's kind of my reading on stuff. Sorry, Ian, did you?
Just a short follow-up on Bruce's comment. There's actually some historical precedent in looking back through a lot of the old records from meeting notes and assessments and harvest policy analysis. I understood that it's almost a decade and a half ago now, and then about a decade ago, there was actually quite a bit of resistance to going above 100 million pounds for exactly the reasons you just outlined, that this was, there was no need to go that high, and it was going to relate to more risk to the stock in the long run, and that was enough yield at the time being. And I think that kind of opens the door, or opens the discussion for another whole set of a class of objectives that we haven't really touched on, that actually, in looking back through the older material, I sort of thought we might start with, which is reference points or objectives that are targeting the historical envelope that we know about. So I kind of expected that we might start out with things like, well, we never want to go below the catch we saw in the late 70s, and we never want to drop below that biomass level. And we probably don't want to go above 100 million pounds because we've never been there and we don't know what would happen to the stock. And so these are things that do have some precedent in the historical discussions that have gone on. And although we're not really in the position of talking about whether or not we'd like to go above 100 million pounds anytime soon, it is something that's worth pointing out, because I would note that in simulation today, one or more of those different harvest policies had a huge jump in the first year that probably would correspond to something more than 100 million pounds in our policy. And so if that is truly an objective, that we don't want to go outside the envelope of historical catch that we've seen before, then that's probably something that needs to be stated so that Steve can actually write it in as a rule, because otherwise you'll end up with policies that take 200 million pounds in 1 year if it's available.
Just a comment on that, if I can, and I'm sort of smiling internally on some of this stuff, because where we started off in harvest policy 20 years ago on this thing was that empirical envelope of saying we didn't necessarily know what was happening below the lowest level we'd seen, but we know that it recovered from that, and that was a touchstone for the way we were trying to develop the harvest policy at the time. So I think in lots of ways, Ian, what you're drawing forward there is the sort of bringing the empirical experience into the evaluation of where we want to be in this thing, and that's an important thing to do. So, right there. So, Jim.
Thanks. So actually, Ian brought up a couple things, and it goes on what the last gentleman said. These are simulations based on some bounds or assumptions within the modeling that Steve's done. the reality is, and I started coming to the IPHC, I don't know, it's way too long, 18, 19 years. I came in when the perception was there's way more fish there than we think, and they started changing the modeling from Cajun to Patrick Sullivan's and Arnold Palmer's modeling going up, and the actual science of the day said there was, well, you know, it's not 100 million, but it was pushing up to that envelope, and the commissioners and the people in the process didn't allow that to happen. Okay, so the reality of having, and there's never been a closed fishery in I don't know how many years since the commission's been managing, at least over 80 years. It's never closed. So we're looking at simulations and bounds, and just exactly, I think, thanks Ian for bringing that up. What are the bounds you want to put on the operating model about not going above or going below? So do you ever want to go beyond 100 million pounds? And I think it was Bruce's first year, and there was a farewell address by, was it Cochrane?
Cochrane, yeah.
Cochrane, and he's pointed his fingers. Remember, do not go beyond 100 million pounds because bad things happen. So that we have some natural bounds to start with.
75, yeah.
Do you remember that?
No, it was 75 million.
Oh, 75? I remember 100. I don't know. But anyways, we have some bounds there, and so we have an upper bound. I think even what Steve said, 100 million pounds, and he went like this, the stock. So there's an upper one we don't want to go to, but let's put some caps on the operating model, so it's not allowed to go there. What we're really struggling with, what is the lower part we don't want to go beyond? That we're trying to manage. We may get there at some years, but what is that lower amount? Is it 40 million pounds, 30 million pounds? I don't think everyone's really jumping for joy at a 30 million pound fishery. Is it 40? And we're talking about coast-wide now, and are we talking total removal? So if we add total removals, you add another, forget what the percentage is or the actual fixed amount is, maybe start from there. We don't go below, what would it work for the 40 or 50 million pound total removals or something like that?
Lowest point, the lowest commercial yields were something on the order of 30, 31, something like that, 30 million pounds. On this.
Yeah, John's doing exactly what you're doing. You specify the objectives, and then the cap level you're looking for, the lower bound and the upper bound, you can actually tune those through this operating model to try and achieve the best trade-off among all the objectives you're trying to deal with. And I think that the puzzle is starting to come together here.
Steve just took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that I really didn't understand the objection to creating fishery objectives, because this is your chance, and if the objective doesn't work, if it's in conflict with sustainability, then you tweak it, just like Steve said. So, I did have a question or a point, I guess, about optimum yield. That's a goal that's in the protocol of the convention. Is that right, or is it in
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
But it's not assessed. No one determines what the optimum yield. No one has ever determined what the optimum yield is.
That's why it's there. Same way it's in the Magnuson Act.
Tom Marking, I'd kind of like to address this thing about minimums and maximums. Populations undergo boom and bust cycles just naturally, and you can really see it in forests. There's no advantage to leaving white fur beyond 110 years because they all die. I mean, fish only have a certain lifespan, and if you can remove them sustainably, there's no reason not to. It doesn't serve you to leave 30% of the population in excess unless you just want to have a big population, but it doesn't mean it's going to give you more fish in the future. So often these things are determined by cycles out of your control, whether it be PDOs, whether it be, there's other things that occur out there. And so the whole idea of sustainability to me is if you can remove a certain number from a population and leave maybe a 5% or 10% buffer, as they do in the PFMC, with an automatic 5% buffer on every fish or every species of fish, there's no reason biologically not to harvest those fish. So it's say, well, we're not going to go above 100 million pounds. Well, if you can remove 110 or 150 and 120, why not? If it doesn't biologically harm the population, unless you just, say that the market can't sustain it. And that's right now in Dover sole. I mean, there's 44,000 metric tons out there. There's no market of more than 12. So fine, there's going to be a big population of Dover out there. But I mean, I don't understand this concept, because carrying capacities are what drive fish populations. And there's no advantage biologically to leave large populations, because they're just going to die anyway, whether you harvest them or not. So, I mean, something's going to eat them. If they die, they're going to get eaten by something. They're not going to go to waste. But if the idea is sustainable yield, why not take them if you can? And the thing is not to get greedy and take too many. But certainly, and to say there's a minimum, we're not going to take, we want at least that much. You don't have that option. If the conditions change, you may have to drop down to 15. You don't have that option. It's based on environmental conditions.
Well, I don't think there's any disagreement that there's obviously a lower bound that you don't want to go down to because of recovery of a stock to the point of literally extinction. But the upper one, someone's saying, well, we can't go over 75 million or we can't go over 100 million. It reminds me of in the old Mariner charts. I don't know if you look at the old marine charts in the old days, that when they got off the edge of the chart to where they didn't know it was there, it just kind of went out and they had dragons there on the side of the chart. And it says, there be dragons. Because people didn't come back when they went that far. They didn't know why they came back, but there was no logical reason to believe that there was dragons there. So I'm not a supporter, and Tom, I guess I agree with support what you're saying. If it's a biological system and for whatever reason halibut decide they like to eat arrow-tooth flounder and all the arrow-tooth flounder get eaten up and we have 110 million pound available to harvest, there might be some economic reasons if that happened rapidly why certain harvesters might not want to have that many, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't harvest those for the same reasons Tom said. So we shouldn't be afraid of the dragons out there just because we've never been there before. And that would be my suggestion there. And if you look at it from the other standpoint of this, the concept that we have of a public resource, you're saying, well, the price is really going to drop and we're going to have to fish longer for basically the same amount of money or less money. Let's look at it from the benefit of the consumer standpoint. They sure wouldn't mind eating halibut in the store at about $5 or $6 a pound instead of $20 to $28 a pound. So I'm sure there would be a market there. Whether it would be net economic advantage to me personally as a fisherman or to John as a processor is secondary to that decision. So let's not be afraid that there might be dragons beyond there if we can do that. Well, then I have to petition that we change the 1% rule. I don't know what it is now. It's probably 178,000 now, or something like that.
What I was going to say is I'd like to explore Scott's idea of looking at optimum yield and saying maybe we shouldn't take 100% after we satisfy the needs of the biomass. Maybe we should look at 80% or, understanding that we do leave fish in the water anyway. But I'd like to explore at some point in this process a little more about how to know whether 80% of that remaining 100% is smarter or 75% would be pretty darn smart, or how?
That's a very good question, Peggy. And when the existing harvest policy was developed, what it was looking at was what is nowadays called pretty good yield, which works out to be about 80% of FMSY or FMSY. And the reason behind that was exactly because the consequences of going beyond that, the risk, if you will, are fairly significant. And depending on the species, how much you decline on the sort of back side of the curve or the front side of the curve, could be quite precipitous for some species, and the duration of that effect can be quite long. So that was an attempt to balance those competing risks within that. But I don't know, Steve, you got any comments on that one? Particularly operating at MSY or operating at less than MSY?
Yeah, the only thing I can add to that is when you look at the costs of underfishing, the cumulative cost of underfishing versus the cost of overfishing, it's a very asymmetric curve. You know, if you leave the fish in the water, yeah, they're going to die at a rate of, say, 20%. But if you overfish them, and that bit you overfished means you lose 40% next year, those asymmetric costs generally favor you fish on that more precautionary approach, and that's why we usually go towards an 80% pretty good yield type of thing. Also, from an economic theory perspective, MEY, the concept the Australians use for managing their fisheries, is always less than MSY, and that's why they use that model.
Is that analogous to our optimum yield then? My understanding is optimum yield is less than maximum yield, because optimum yield gives more consideration to biology, has more of a buffer.
I think that's just it. The OY is just a buffer due to uncertainty. The MEY is more about taking economic considerations into account. And what a lot of the fisheries economists around the world have shown is that when fisheries get in trouble financially, what happens is they don't, stop fishing and go do something else. They petition and lobby for either buyback programs to sort of purchase back the capital that they shouldn't have invested in the first time, or subsidies like fuel subsidies in shrimp fisheries in the Gulf of Thailand and Mexico and places like that.
I think somebody's going to warn ourselves out with Dan.
Maybe more of a question than a comment. If we were to explore the idea of a floor in terms of a yield objective in the fisheries, as I understand some of your discussion of that, Steve, is that the value would be in understanding how it would affect our conservation objectives and if we would have to change those. And that would, so it's an intellectual exercise, maybe is more so than well, I guess it's a management exercise as well. If we decide that we wanted a floor of 30 million pound harvest minimum, and what that would require is leaving a minimum spawning biomass at a higher level and reducing the risk of going below that. Is that correct?
In the MSC paradigm there, you've got the cart in front of the horse on that one. Really what you want to do is say, I want to maintain a minimum spawning stock biomass of 20%. So if I implement a management procedure that has a catch floor, this is the minimum catch I'm going to take, then what I have to do is go through and do a bunch of simulations and find out what is the appropriate floor that achieves that conservation objective. So the idea of putting a catch floor in there can be done, and what you end up doing through the operating model and the management strategy evaluation process is tuning that value of the floor such that you achieve the objectives. This is why in our first meeting we said let's write down some objectives, because then we can start to build models to address those objectives, but then come back to you and present them and say, here's what happens with a catch floor of 30 million pounds. We exceed our conservation objective too often, so here's what happens with a catch floor at 26 million pounds. So you guys are on the right track in terms of how I envision this process, and these management procedures that we design that you were just ticking boxes on the website, they're all tunable, and that's what we have to figure out is how do we want to adjust the harvest rate such that we achieve the objectives that we set out that we want to achieve.
Oh yeah, Chris Spohr. Hey, I think it's sort of related just to what Dr. Martell was saying, is that, I mean, I think maybe we've lost sight a little bit to remind ourselves that a procedure, if it doesn't meet, the objectives are ranked, and if it doesn't meet those first objectives with the conservation objectives, it's gone. So then you look and say, okay, we're never meeting the fishery objective, the floor, the ceiling, whatever it is. We're never meeting it, so we got to adjust that objective. That objective's clearly wrong because we're never meeting it, so we got to tweak it, as Dr. Martell was saying. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. If we prioritize, we've got our conservation objectives, they're not being met. Thanks for coming out. That procedure is gone.
And I would, in getting at this issue of having a floor in there, I mean, essentially we have a floor in there right now, which is the B20 level in the procedure we've got. So there's a Gary.
I thought it interesting. Someone mentioned, you know, incorporating WPUE into an objective, and it's an interesting idea. It's easily measurable, isn't it? I'm not sure if you'd want to use, you know, WPUE in the commercial catch or on a survey. I guess the survey is what you'd want, because the scientists are always arguing that we move our gear around to, you know, maintain a pretty high WPUE. So, well, just to throw something out, how about an objective that we want to maintain a survey WPUE coastwide, 50 pounds per skate, 95% of the time, just to get discussion going. I think that's about slightly below where we are. It's hard to read the graphs here, but something like that.
Yeah, I'll comment on that, and I'm sure Ian will follow up with it as well. The reason I suggested a WPE, two reasons. One, when they initially started the whole MSC process for the BC sablefish fishery, basically the 49, 50 quota holders, I don't know, were tired of all the models. Sean and I reviewed the program, and in 18 years they had 17 different models, and they didn't believe any of it, and they had lost all credibility in the models. But what the fishermen did understand was the WP, the catch rates. And what they also understood was, you know what, my break-even catch rate is X number of pounds because I spent, you know, so much money on fuel and bait, and I have to recover just that before I start making a profit. So what they wanted to develop was a model-free harvest control rule. And what they did is they specified their objectives, and then they tuned what is the minimum WPE they need to achieve in order to satisfy the conservation objectives, and what's the maximum WPE they can get before something else would happen. So they came up with basically a model-free management procedure. In the end, they tossed it out and went back to the model, because what they recognized is that even the survey CPUE has so much variation. What the assessment models that Ian builds and I build is essentially an interpolator or a smoother that's going through the data that's trying to separate what we consider to be observation errors and process errors. So the assessment models really do tend to tune out some of the noise. They also have lags associated with them, but I think in the end they went back to using a model-based harvest control rule in the sablefish fishery. What was my other point? Oh, I was going to ask Ian if he wanted to comment on. Oh, sorry, the assessment model is actually tuned to that survey index, and that is our primary source of abundance information that's going into the coastwide assessment. So I have no objections to using a WPE thing, but I think that the model-based assessment is still going to win over the WPE approach.
Ian, this is just a quick comment. I think there's actually two questions going on here. I'm not sure. Steve was talking about a WPUE-based management procedure, but I think the question was actually about having WPUE-based objective, which would be slightly different. You could have a WPUE-based objective and still use a stock assessment model and everything else. I think it maybe bridges the gap a little bit with some of the discussion about economic versus biological objectives, but I think there are two separate topics there. But otherwise, I agree with what Steve's comments on model and non-model based metrics.
Shoot. The topic changed between when I raised my hand and now, and I guess it was related to what Chris was saying. Oh, I know what it was. In relation to what Chris was saying about objectives. Remember at the beginning when I threw these charter objectives on the board, I said this is the allocation that the charter fleet would need to, based on recent levels of harvest, recent catch rates, recent average weights in the fishery, which are at the lowest level they've been in a long time. I said this is the allocation they would need to get the type of regulation they would want X many years out of 10. And I could have easily, if I knew what, and that's under the assumptions about what we think is going to be the new management regime for allocation between charter and commercial, but I could have just as easily, if I knew what other removals were going to be assumed to be in the operating model, I could have backed that out and said, for 2C and 3A, this is what the total allowable catch needs to be, or the total CEY, whatever you want to call it, or the combined catch limit, whatever it ends up being. And I still think it's worthwhile to think in terms of those kinds of targets. And it could be for all removals. Those don't have to be charter specific objectives. But I think, like Chris was saying, you take a shot, and then, like Steve was saying, you tune it. And since the topic did change, I'll sneak in a question with regard to, no, I won't. Never mind. Sorry. Back up.
Yeah, Bruce Gabriel. I just got two comments. One was on the WPE, if it's going down, let's assume that's a survey boat, and let's assume they're being efficient and it's consistency, and that's a good reason to use that. So if it goes down below a certain level, that means that as fishermen, we're having a harder time catching fish. So if it drops below that level, we close the fishery, and that would be the logical conclusion of that, and that's not going to help my economic plight very much. So I'm not so sure how usable that is as a tool to decide whether you open a fishery or not. On the survey, that may not be consistent with how people fish, because the survey boat has certain parameters, so they fish ever so often, so everything else. We all have our own little special technique where we think we're going to be more efficient than that. So that's why I don't see how that's very usable, and as the measurement tool, if you will, on that. And the second comment is a lot of these things have come back to everyone says I need a certain amount of pounds, and as a biological model, I don't see how at this level we can say, fishery, produce me 30 million pounds of halibut a year, because that's what we all need. Now, I don't see how that's, it sounds silly when you say that, but that's kind of what everyone's saying when you're saying as a fishery, we're going to make this minimum. I do believe that it is perhaps appropriate, but maybe not at this level, that if there is some priority use within Canada or the United States, and I'm going to use an example of ceremonial fisheries. So in Alaska, there's some special hunting harvest rules for caribou and other things that, for ceremonial purposes, I don't care the state of the resource, they're still going to allow those permits to happen. If there's a high priority use that is one of those user groups, and it says we need, I think you said, what, 1 million pounds? So if it's 1 million pounds, and if that's the highest priority, and the government would agree with that, it comes out of the height of everybody else. And I don't, personally, if that's the decision, I think that's an appropriate way to do that. If that's the rule, and if that's going to be the priority use, we have that in Alaska now with the halibut, the charter fleet. That's what the whole argument is about now. We deserve more because. And I think that's within the purview of each government, that they can very well decide what that is. But I don't see how that works when you ramp it all the way up to the biological sustainability of the resource. The resource can only produce whatever it's going to produce.
I'll actually add just 2 more comments here, and then we'll wrap it up for the day. Scott. The
two Scotts.
Sorry, Scott Meyer. And I may be wrong, but I think there's some confusion about the difference between an objective and a control rule. I don't think Gary was talking about WPUE as an objective, not a control rule. He's not saying if we don't get this WPUE, we're not going to have a fishery. He's saying this is what we're aiming for. This, you know, not achieving an objective doesn't mean you close the fishery. Not achieving an objective X many years out of 10 says you might have to tweak the objective a little bit in order to achieve your sustainability priority. So I think we have to keep that in mind.
And I would second that. You know, obviously, we want to get that million-pound TAC every single year. However, if the survey comes back and it's going to be a major conservation issue, we're going to take a cut. We're not going to reach that million-pound TAC. But it's a goal that we want to shoot for. And it's an objective we want to shoot for. I want to see lined up with other objectives that this group comes up in the fishery. Maybe one of those objectives is bycatch. So if we look at, if we lower bycatch by this %, then the tax in all the areas go up by this %. That, I think that's the whole purpose of these objectives, is to see how they offset each other and to achieve, you know, our sustainability goal while also achieving some other goals that we're going to set here too.
Thank you. Quite a discussion. I'd like to stop for today, and what we're going to do collectively overnight is to try to synthesize some of these things into a little bit more chewable points to come back to tomorrow morning to look at what are the candidates that we want to be investigating under the evaluation framework, and also probably a little bit more germane to the management procedures and how we want to structure them is, do we have the right evaluation framework? Because what we want to be able to do is to provide you and other users with an understanding of how that particular control rule relates to that objective and whether or not that's something that's going to resonate with those people. So if you will, if we look at something like the decision table, do we have the right columns in the decision table? This is one of the things that we talked about, is trying to link up the MSAB process with the overall management process. And one of the things that we expect to be coming out of this group over the longer term is the correct definition of what those columns look like in the decision table. So are we measuring the right things? And is this the kind of thing that people will be able to understand when they try to make a choice amongst the rows within the decision table? So that's what I'd like you to be thinking about overnight, is the metrics of performance as they relate to those objectives. And the homework, yes. Go and listen to Doug Butterworth. All right, thank you very much, and we're meeting again tomorrow morning at 8. Thank you.
The organizer